You're watching CNN. I'm Eleni Jarkas in Dubai, and we begin with a crisis in Ukraine and in Brussels. EU leaders are holding a second day of talks, and they've already agreed on an almost total ban on Russian oil imports in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. So far, all of the leaders seem to agree on its principles, according to the European Commission President.
Thanks to this, Council should now be able to finalize a ban on almost 90% of all Russian oil imports by the end of the year. This is an important step forward.
An important step, and meanwhile in Ukraine's east, the Russian army is set to control part of the key city of Severodonetsk, and that's according to a local military official. But the official denies Russian reports that they have captured the entire city. In the meantime, a ship loaded with 2,500 tons of steel has left the port of Mariupol, bound for Rostov in western Russia, according to a local Russian spokesperson. Now, this video was released by the Russian Defense Ministry. It's the first vessel to depart from the port since Russia took the city. Right, let's go straight to day 2 of the EU Leaders Summit. Anna Stewart's following this from London. It was a lot of compromising. Oil was on the table. Gas still seems to be discussed, but it's sort of unilateral approaches to what they're doing on the gas front. But give me a sense of whether there was overall agreement on those big items.
Well, the real big item was oil, wasn't it? Because it took a month to get everyone on board for an oil embargo, and it was agreed at something like 1 a.m. this morning, but with some big concessions, and the biggest being that it will not include the southern part of the Druzhba pipeline, which means the landlocked countries of Hungary, Slovakia and Czech Republic, who rely on piped oil from Russia, can still get it. There was also, of course, quite a big time frame for this. That was already expected. 6 months until the oil embargo takes place in terms of the seaborne oil, 8 months for refined products as well. And experts have been quite critical of this time frame because it gives Russia more time to find new customers, and it's had plenty of time, of course, since the invasion and talks about embargoes on oil and gas first took place. Joseph Borrell, the top EU diplomat, spoke about this, the fact that Russia will likely try and find new customers, and that is out of their control. Take a listen.
Certainly, we cannot prevent Russia to sell their oil to someone else. We are not so powerful, but we are the most important client for Russia. They will have to look for another one, and certainly they will have to decrease the price. The purpose is for the Russians to get less resources, less financial resources to feed in the war machine, and this certainly will happen.
He makes some really important points there. The EU is by far Russia's biggest customer when it comes to oil and gas. It would be hard to replace it, frankly. At the moment, the EU pays around $10 billion a month just for Russian oil. Once the embargo does kick in, between 6 to 8 months' time, that will reduce down to just $1 billion. And when it does find new customers and it sells that oil on, you can expect an even greater discount in terms of the price than we're already seeing. And right now, Urals grade oil is trading around $34 a barrel cheaper than crude. So shipping it further away and also finding enough tankers, insurers, bankers to support Russian oil right now, it's getting increasingly hard for Russia. Eleni?
Yeah, incredibly complex supply chain there. And I also want you to give me a sense in terms of what's happening with gas, because Gazprom is cutting out certain clients which are not significant enough for them to feel pain. But interestingly, you're also seeing some countries really trying to wean themselves off before gas is sanctioned.
Yes, and today, as the EU leaders arrived the second day of the summit, this was a question for lots of them. What about gas? If you're trying to limit how much Russia makes from the EU in terms of energy, shouldn't there be an embargo on that as well? They are trying to reduce that to just by 2/3 at the end of this year. Of course, they've already said they're going to embargo coal and eventually oil, at least 90% as of yesterday. But in terms of gas, it was interesting hearing from the Prime Minister of Latvia this morning, who essentially said he supports a full embargo on all energy and has done ever since the invasion. Other leaders talked about how Ukraine is paying the price in terms of people and that money really shouldn't matter at this stage. But of course, it's easy to say that for those countries that aren't supporting it. They all say they will move together, and when it comes to weaning themselves off gas, they say they will act as a bloc. I think it's really interesting to note that some countries are refusing to obey Russia's edict to pay for their gas in rubles. Therefore, they have been cut off. So in a sense, some countries are already sort of moving unilaterally on this. So the Netherlands, Bulgaria and Poland already cut off from Russian gas. Lenny?
Anna Stewart, really good to see you. Thank you so very much. Now we move to eastern Ukraine. The regional military says Russian forces are now controlling parts of the key city of Severodonetsk. Meanwhile, a senior Ukrainian official telling CNN victory against Russia is unlikely if the US doesn't send long-range rockets. This after President Biden said that he won't ship any weapons that could reach Russian territory. Melissa Bell is live for us in Zaporizhzhia with more. Melissa, look, the situation in eastern Ukraine is very delicate right now. Biden saying no long-range missiles that could reach Russia. The Ukrainians are saying that this is going to be make or break for their fight in the east. Could you give us a sense of what is happening on the ground and why the Ukrainians are saying that this is a must to get this kind of weaponry?
What's so interesting, Elaine, is I think the wording that's been chosen by President Joe Biden, that the United States would not be providing multiple launch, long-range rockets that could reach Russia. And that is important because the type of long-range rocket that Ukraine desperately needs are the ones that would be useful here, where I'm standing now in Zaporizhzhia. Where I'm standing along the Dnieper River, 30 miles to the south, are the first Russian positions. Vasilivka, one of those towns that so many of those trying to flee back into Ukrainian-held territory have been being held at over the course of the last 24 hours. The point is that at villages like that, but other villages along the front line here on the southern part of that line that now delineates Russian-held Ukraine from the rest of the country, what we've been seeing over the course of the last 24 hours and the last few days are cruise missiles hitting Zaporizhzhia. We've been seeing shelling in some of those villages over the course of the last 24, 48 hours. We've also seen long-range Russian missiles hitting some of those areas to the south of Zaporizhzhia. And of course, the feeling here, and it's a good example of what's happening elsewhere along that very long front line now, many hundreds of miles, is that the Russian forces are gaining ground, inching forward. We've seen it with the fall of Severodonetsk, or what we believe to be the imminent fall of Severodonetsk, since information is hard to come by, communications have been cut. What we're hearing is from the Ukrainian side that they're desperately trying to get some of those 15,000 civilians trapped inside the city out and more humanitarian aid in. But it is a story, I think, all along this front line of Russians being, for the first time in a while, and we saw that turning point come a few days ago, in a position of having gained the momentum and in a position of having better manpower, better firepower behind them. And that's something we've been hearing from Ukrainian military intelligence sources. It's something we've been hearing here on the ground, that if they do not get that weaponry that they need, and in particular those long-range missile rocket systems, even if they are the ones that can just make it over rivers like this one or further down rivers like this one, they are going to lose this war. And with a certain sense of urgency, we've been hearing that now from Kyiv for the last 3 or 4 days, with one man from Ukrainian military intelligence telling us, look, this is a country of some 45 million people. There are 140 million people opposite. If we do not get the weaponry we need, this front line that we're seeing now, that has been the scene of such intense fighting over the course of the last few weeks, is going to continue inching forward. And beyond that, Eleni, it's going to continue hardening, because that's another part of the story of what we're seeing here in Zaporizhzhia, is that it isn't simply the Ukrainians who are trying to flee Russian-controlled Ukraine that are struggling to get through, but we're increasingly seeing here on this side of the border Ukrainians who are trying to get back to their homes in Mariupol, in Melitopol, in Kherson, cities that they had to flee because of the violence. They want to get back now to their relatives and their homes, and they're not being allowed to do it. The border is hardening, Eleni, even as it continues to inch forward.
Yeah, reality check, and definitely the messaging here from the Ukrainians, really important. Melissa, thank you so much. Now, Russian troops also closing in on another key city in the Donbas region, Lysychansk. This new video shows a big fire after Russian artillery attacks there. Residents who remain in that city are now preparing for the worst. Nick Payton-Walsh went to the front lines in Lysychansk, just a few hundred meters from the embattled city of Severodonetsk over the weekend, and filed this report for us.
This is the last road into Lysychansk. Putin's forces have moved with rare focus here and may soon encircle the pocket of two cities on a river we're driving into. The Ukrainian forces we saw here, mobile, tense, at times edgy. And this is why. Across the river here, the besieged city of Severodonetsk, increasingly more in Russian hands, whoever you ask. We can hear the crackle of gunfire down towards the river below. Well, we were told the Russians have tried already to get into town, and it looks like we might be witnessing another attempt over there. That smoke near one of the remaining bridges into the city. Our police escorts shout drone, often used to direct artillery attacks. We are on high ground, exposed and scattered. It is a tale of two desperations here. That which makes people stay, and that which makes them finally flee. Leonid is the latter. Some who stay are increasingly angry at what's left of the Ukrainian state here. A young woman was killed here a day earlier by a shell. And locals told us not to film, saying cameras attracted shelling. Russia's bloody persistence and unbridled firepower is bringing the kind of victory in the ruins they seem to cherish. This cinema was a bomb shelter, local officials said. It's unclear if, when their huge airstrike hit, the Russian military was aware it had been emptied days earlier. Just startling how whole chunks of this cinema have been thrown into the crater there. There's just the ferocity of the airstrikes we're seeing here, designed simply to get people out of this town. Those who stay among the shards of glass feel abandoned already.
Many people, but there is no gas or water or power or anything. We asked the aid workers today when it will all come back, and they said there are only prostitutes, junkies, and alcoholics left. That means the aid workers have left here.
Lydia is carefully picking up the pieces of the airstrike, which she felt the full force of in her apartment 8 floors up. There's an old lady on the first floor and me with my disabled son, she says. He doesn't really understand the war's happening. Retreat lingers in the empty air. If Putin takes here, he may claim he's achieved some of his reduced goals in this invasion. It's now the unenviable choice of Ukraine's leaders. If this is the hill its men and women will die on. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Lysychansk, Ukraine.
And the ongoing war in Ukraine could push inflation even higher over the next few months as a European oil ban against Russia kicks in. New numbers show Eurozone inflation hitting record highs for a 7th straight month, placing further pressure on the ECB to begin raising rates. In the US, President Joe Biden assuring Americans in a Wall Street Journal op-ed that he has a plan to bring down prices. We've got Rahel Solomon joining me now. Rahel, good to see you. I have to say, reading that op-ed, really fascinating. You could sort of get a glimpse of Joe Biden's experience through various cycles, including hyperinflation during his lifetime, and draws on those. But he says he can't meddle in what the Federal Reserve will do. And he's going to try and tackle policies that will help bring down inflation. But this can't happen overnight. We know this. This takes time.
Right, Eleni, these are not short-term fixes. And important to mention that today is the day that many Americans return back to work after the Memorial Day weekend, a holiday weekend where no doubt they noticed the higher price for gas, the higher price for food at barbecues. Take a look at Brent crude, trading now at about $119 a barrel, hitting the highest level since about 2012. So let's get into this op-ed, right? From the Wall Street Journal, President Biden saying in part that the most important thing we can do now to transition from rapid recovery to stable, steady growth is to bring inflation down. In this plan, he talks about, as you pointed out, Eleni, letting the Fed do its job, essentially saying he will not meddle with the Fed. He called for Congress to pass clean energy legislation and also said that he will continue to make efforts to further lower the trade deficit. This is not necessarily new information or a new plan, but it is a lot here. And Eleni, what we're seeing is an example of a full court press attempt from the White House to try to manage inflation sort of concerns as we deal with inflation at 40-year highs here in the U.S. I want to play for you a clip from Brian Dees, essentially President Biden's top economic advisor, who spoke to CNN's New Day program this morning. Take a listen.
If you step back and you look at the inflation challenge we face, it's clearly global in nature. We're seeing record high inflation in Europe, in the UK, in France, in Germany. And it's driven principally by supply chain challenges coming from the restart of the economy and now exacerbated by Putin's war in Ukraine. The real question now is how can we actually address that issue?
Now, to be clear, some of the inflation that we're seeing is, yes, global, but some would also argue that part of it is because of fiscal measures taken here in the U.S. Nonetheless, these methods, not necessarily short-term fixes, as we pointed out, and there's a lot of skepticism about them in general. But we do know, Eleni, that as we continue to hear from the White House more and more often, it seems these days, it does perhaps help to manage inflation expectations. That one, the White House knows that it is a top priority and a concern for many Americans, but that two, it is going to let the Fed manage with independence. And so that hopefully helping manage inflation expectations. But in the short term, it doesn't appear like there are any quick fixes here.
Yeah, it's a tough balancing act when it comes to monetary policy. Rahel Solomon, really good to see you. Thank you so very much. All right, straight ahead, a community prepares to say their final goodbyes to 3 of the victims in the Robb Elementary School shooting. More from Uvalde, Texas, after the break. Welcome back. In Uvalde, Texas this morning, visitation and rosary is set for 3 of the victims of the massacre at the Robb Elementary School. And with communities on edge in the wake of the shooting, schools across the United States are increasing their security measures. Nick Valencia has the latest.
Oh my God.
Chilling new video captured an apparent radio call outside Robb Elementary School, where a gunman had opened fire inside classrooms.
Are you in there? Where? They shot a kid?
In the video, what sounds like a student says they've been shot. The man who recorded the video, who did not want to be identified, tells CNN the audio came from the radio of a Customs and Border Protection vehicle outside the school in Uvalde, Texas. He said an officer turned off the radio once officers realized he could hear. This, as new dispatch audio obtained by ABC News, indicates dispatchers relayed that at least one student was alive in the classroom. CNN has not been able to independently verify the audio or at what point during the shooting this occurred. Law enforcement's timeline shows that the gunman remained in the classrooms for more than an hour, while at least 8 911 calls were made by at least 2 students begging for help. Officers had arrived within 2 minutes, but the commander on the scene decided to wait before confronting the gunman.
For the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision, period. There's no excuse for that.
The massacre is one of a string of mass shootings that have left the nation on edge. School districts nationwide are intensifying security protocols, fearing copycat attacks. Like in Buffalo, where a gunman opened fire at a top supermarket, killing 10 earlier this month. New safety protocols include all doors remaining locked during the school day, and any person who wishes to enter must call ahead for approval.
Americans are on edge, and they're on edge because they don't know if it's going to be their place of worship, a mall, a concert, their children's school.
In Uvalde, the community plans for 2 weeks of funeral services to lay to rest the 21 victims. Uvalde's mayor has decided to postpone a city council meeting in which several new members were to be sworn in, including school police chief Pedro Pete Arredondo. He was elected to the city council earlier this month and reportedly was the official who made the decision not to breach the classrooms while the shooter was locked inside. Arredondo has not spoken to the media since the day of the shooting. The mayor says Arredondo's role in the shooting response will not impact his ability to serve on the council. Arredondo's decision has angered victims' parents, like Anne-Marie Jo Garza's father.
They needed to act immediately, There's kids involved, there's a gun involved, there's an active shooter wanting to do harm.
All right, these are the stories making headlines around the world. The first named storm in the eastern Pacific region is barreling through southern Mexico with heavy wind and rain. Agatha made landfall Monday as a Category 2 hurricane, the strongest to hit Mexico's Pacific coast in May. It has been downgraded to a tropical depression, but officials say it could still produce life-threatening floods and mudslides. CNN's Patrick Oppman joins us now with more. Patrick, do we have a sense of just how big of a threat this hurricane is?
Well, fortunately, officials have said this morning from Oaxaca State, where this hurricane hit as a strong Category 2, almost a Category 3, that there are no reports of loss of life so far. There are thousands of people without power. There are structures that are underwater. And of course, even though the storm is no longer a hurricane, it is now, as you said, a tropical depression. It'll still bring lots of rain, and that is always a problem, as you can have flooding, you can have mudslides, down power lines. It still remains a very, very dangerous situation. And what could happen here, it's very interesting, if the storm does not dissipate over Mexico, if it does go back out over the open water of the Bay of Campeche, it could strengthen again and reform. And as you know, Eleni, storms that are in the Atlantic have different names than the storms that are in the Pacific. So if this storm were to reform, reconstitute, which is still a big if at this point, it would then become a tropical storm or Hurricane Alex. and then possibly threaten people along the Gulf of Mexico. But still remains to be seen whether that will happen. You know, in the official start of hurricane season is actually tomorrow. So it really feels very early to be talking so much about hurricanes. But forecasters have warned that this is going to be a very, very busy hurricane season, and that is what we are seeing right now. And certainly officials in Mexico are just beginning now to really take in the damage that Hurricane Agatha caused there. And as I said, it's just not even the beginning of the Atlantic season, so a lot more to come.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, just looking at some of the damage already done, it looks pretty devastating. Thank you so much, Patrick, for joining us. Appreciate your insights. Right, tensions between the US and China are rising as Taiwan signals it plans to deepen security ties with the United States. US Senator Tammy Duckworth met with Taiwan's president earlier following an unannounced visit. On Monday, Taipei accused China of sending dozens of military planes into Taiwan's air defense zone. CNN's Chrissy Liu Stout has more.
A U.S. congressional delegation led by Senator Tammy Duckworth is in Taiwan for an unannounced three-day visit. They stressed the importance of U.S. and Taiwan partnership on security as well as economic collaboration. President Tsai Ing-wen, she thanked Senator Duckworth for America's donation of COVID-19 vaccines as well as U.S. support on the security front.
We look forward to deeper and closer U.S.-Taiwan relations in matters of regional security. At the same time, to address the challenges of the post-pandemic era. Taiwan and the U.S. have reviewed and assessed the many facets of our trade cooperation.
China slammed the visit, with its embassy in Washington saying it firmly opposes it. And in a statement, a spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in the U.S. says, quote, "We urge the U.S. side to earnestly abide by the One China principle and the three Sino-U.S. joint communiques, handle Taiwan-related issues in a cautious and proper way, stop all forms of official interactions with Taiwan, and avoid sending wrong signals to the Taiwan independent separatist forces," unquote. The visit comes right after the U.S. president's visit to the region and his assertion that the U.S. would intervene militarily if China tries to take Taiwan by force, a comment that he has made before and which was quickly downplayed again by the White House. But tension is rising in the region. On Monday, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said 30 Chinese warplanes made incursions into its air defense identification zone, the highest daily figure in more than 4 months. A Taiwan Member of Parliament Wang Ting-yu calls it, quote, "a very worrying trend," tweeting this, quote, "The more China does this, the sooner we become used to it, and it will become increasingly difficult to determine if China is just doing their routine exercises or are they preparing to launch an attack on Taiwan. This is a very worrying trend." Taiwan's president has vowed to maintain peace while adding that she will defend Taiwan if attacked. China claims Taiwan as its own territory and hasn't ruled out taking it by force if necessary. Christy Liu Stout, CNN, Hong Kong.
All right, stay with CNN. The market open is up next. Welcome back. US stocks are up and running after the long Memorial Day weekend. A mostly lower open after last week's rally on this last trading day of the month. Europe mostly lower as well. Now, global investors will be monitoring a high-level meeting in Washington today. President Biden and Fed Chair Jerome Powell meet to discuss their inflation-fighting plans. Both men need to show that they are laser-focused on bringing down the cost of living as US gasoline prices spike to fresh records. Now, oil's price spike could lead to even higher prices at the pump globally. Both Brent and US crude, as you can see, are up more than 3%. And that's after the EU announced its almost total ban on Russian oil imports in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. Art Hogan joins me. He is the Chief Market Strategist for the National Securities Corporation. Art, really good to see you. Welcome on the show. I have to say, here's a question. Where do you run and hide in this market? You have said in your commentary that the S&P 500 is offering big value. It's 16 times 6 times forward earnings versus the 21.5 times forward earnings that we had earlier this year. There's value, but where to go, especially if you're trying to fight inflation?
Yeah, it's such a great question. And I think what you really have to focus on this year, and this is a bit of a new paradigm, is that you really need to focus on companies that actually have free cash flow and earnings. Last year and the last 2 years, arguably, there was a lot of excitement and sponsorship of those fast-growing technology companies, the pandemic darlings and the disruptors that are still pre-earnings. And obviously, that's the portion of the market that's been hurt the most. And I think this year is going to be a renewed focus on PEs. And oh, by the way, PEs have gotten quite reasonable, not just for the S&P 500 index, but for a lot of those household names that are the stalwarts in their industry. So I think a focus on PEs and a focus a bit more defensively on your cyclical side of your barbell approach. Growth with PEs and cyclicality that really makes sense, I think, is going to be the best way to approach the next 12 to 18 months.
Okay, so I have to ask you this question because we're seeing this inflation coming through, which, by the way, has been a huge warning for many years, even during the financial crisis where we saw, truckloads of money through quantitative easing being put into the market. We saw that during the pandemic. It's been compounded by commodity supply issues as well and supply chain issues. Wall Street was really happy when it saw all the stimulus coming through. Are you worried about this next rate hiking cycle that just needs to happen to try and tame inflation?
Well, yeah, the good news is the Fed realized they were behind the curve at the end of November and pivoted in December. They've been very transparent about their plans to both increase the Fed funds rate. They've laid out a very clear path. Likely the next two meetings. By not reinvesting the runoff and likely telegraph that in advance so we know what the cadence and tempo of that will be. And then they'll look at the incoming data and see if they're showing any improvement and showing any more tightening in financial conditions, which is exactly the place they want to get to. So unfortunately, the Fed wants to drive some demand destruction. We're also going to see demand destruction because of those higher commodity prices. Yeah. That will slow things down and tamp down on inflation. It's not going to happen as fast as we would like. But I would argue that we likely saw inflation peak in the month of March. We saw sequential improvement in the April data, and I think that will continue throughout the second quarter and the second half of this year. So while the Fed is trying to slow things down and tame inflation, a lot of demand destruction is happening with higher prices. And at the very same time, as consumers, we have typically over the last 25 or 30 years consumed about 65% services and 35% goods. That equation got turned on its head during the pandemic because we couldn't get out and consume services. So we're really consuming 65% goods. This is the pivot point right now where we're going back to more normalized consumption patterns. And that likely has a deflationary impact on goods pricing. So there are a lot of things working in the right direction, not as quickly as we would like. But I think the Fed's job is to be transparent and let us know what they're doing. I think they've done a very good job at that.
Okay, we know the Fed has to be completely independent. We also know that the president is going to be meeting with the Fed chair as well. Biden wrote an op-ed, which was really interesting because he spoke about all the cycles he's lived through. What would you like to see in terms of policy and also messaging from the Fed in order, to calm markets in terms of where this is going?
Well, I think the Fed's done a pretty good job. I think Jay Powell's gotten better with every press conference that he's held since he's been the chairman of the Federal Reserve, and I think that continues to be the important part. The Fed has done a good job of not trying to shock markets, not having intermarket moves or actually moving rates outside of consensus. I think they've done a very good job of sending out test balloons with some of the regional Fed presidents, like James Bullard, suggesting 100 basis point moves, testing the waters for that, and then actually coming back to their meetings and having consensus that 50 basis points is the way to go, at least in the here and now. So I think we've got a messaging from the Fed that has been very strong and deliberate. And I think that continuation of that pattern of deliberate and transparent messaging is likely what we'd like to see out of the Fed. We want them to have a consistent pattern of realizing inflation is significantly above their targets. And we also want we want them to let us know that they're looking at the data during each meeting that they're having and saying, where are we seeing improvement? Where are we seeing labor markets as tight as what we've ever seen? Are we seeing any improvement in financial conditions such that a slowing of demand? Because unfortunately, what they're really trying to get to is attacking the demand side of the equation, because they really don't have any input on the supply side of the situation, where most of our inflationary inputs are coming from.
Yeah, really good point. Art Hogan, really good to see you. Thanks so very much for that insight. That was the Chief Market Strategist for the National Securities Corporation. We're going to a short break, and coming up, Southeast Asian super app Grab is going beyond ride-hailing and food delivery. Its latest endeavor, digital banking. That's up next. We're cutting into our break. I'd like to take you to the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and Charles Michel, the President of the European Council, giving a press conference right now. Let's listen in.
D'aborder les autres sujets qui étaient à l'ordre du jour. Le premier point que je veux mentionner est lié à la sécurité alimentaire. Nous avions souhaité inviter le président Macky Sall, le président de l'Union africaine, afin d'avoir un échange avec les représentants des pays africains
to discuss with African representatives how the European Union and the African Union could cooperate as effectively as possible to meet this challenge that we jointly face, to take measures to support the African countries in a spirit of partnership to help improve and strengthen the production capacities in Africa, and also to ensure supporting measures so that one can help avert this potentially serious crisis for a number of countries. It could have a harmful effect in Africa, but also in Europe. That's one element, and you'll see the detailed conclusions on that.
Today is the energy, and we all know this is a fundamental challenge for all of us. Just extremely important on the one hand to discuss on the proposals put on the table by the Commission in order to prepare the following steps. We Power EU is a very important initiative. We had the occasion to exchange views and to make progress on that topic, and especially we understand this is extremely important to work on the possibility and to explore the possibility of import price caps also with international partners. We intend also to act in 4 key areas: the diversify fuels and sources. In the renewables, to speed up renewables is of course fundamental, but also to work in the field of energy efficiency. To save energy is of course a fundamental priority for all of us, and we are also determined to invest in infrastructure, in energy interconnections, and of course in renewable. We need also to improve our preparedness for possible major supply disruptions, and we have also asked the Commission to work on the optimization of the functioning of the European electricity market. This debate
on energy was an opportunity to reaffirm our determination to pick up this challenge as Europeans. Now, we faced this challenge before the war in Ukraine, but even more so now because of the ongoing war in Ukraine. And then finally, the third point I wanted to mention concerning European defence, you will see the conclusions too in this field. We share the view around the table that we need to spend and invest more on defence, and to do so not just more but also better, to act more effectively, better together as Europeans, involving, for example, grouped procurement, and also our serious effort to strengthen Europe's industrial base in this field, taking account in particular of the role of European SMEs, which can play a key role in this process. It was also an opportunity to reaffirm the importance of complementarity between what the EU does and what NATO does. There will be a summit in Madrid, and this will no doubt be an opportunity to reaffirm this complementarity between the European Union and NATO. So these are some of the key points I wanted to share with you in the immediate aftermath of the European Council, which has just concluded, Madam President.
You might remember that in Versailles, the leaders decided to phase out the dependency on Russian fossil fuels as soon as possible. We started with coal. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, we decided then to have a ban now on de facto 90% of Russian oil imports to the European Union by the end of the year. And this comes at a time when we see that Russia has disrupted supplies to, by now, 5 member states. Finland, Bulgaria, and Poland, but now to a company in the Netherlands and to a company in Denmark. So our answer has to be very clear. How are we going to manage and what is the roadmap to really get rid of the dependency of Russian fossil fuels, and here with view to gas? The answer is Repower EU. It brings basically 3 different pillars that we have discussed today. The first one is the diversification away from Russian fossil fuels, specifically on gas. Here we now have set up a joint task force for common purchases, joint purchases of gas, because the market power of the whole of 27 in the European Union is much bigger than every single member state, and we will achieve better conditions. We have, of course, already since the beginning of the year started to look out for other, more reliable suppliers, and this effort is already paying off. We see it today that the LNG deliveries from other parts of the world, others than Russia, have doubled in Q1 in 2022 compared, for example, to the previous year. The second element we are working on in Repower EU is the security of supply through better interconnections, so that the gas can flow wherever it is needed. And of course, the common objective to have a more strategic storage, gas storage across the European Union. Here we have good news. Our gas storage is already filled at 41% of the capacity. This is 5 percentage points higher than it was the case last year at the same date. And then the third is the most important pillar, and this is the massive investment in renewables. It's accelerating the deployment of renewables across the European Union. The renewable energy has the big advantage that it is not only good for the climate, but it is also good for our independence and good for our security of supply, and it creates jobs at home. So for this plan, Repower EU, we have been discussing with the Council, European Council. We are proposing to support it with 300 billion euros from EU funding. There are different parts that are contributing to this funding. If there are any questions about it, I'm very happy to respond to them, but this is the House of Repower EU that we have presented and discussed today. Basically, it is solidarity and cooperation that are at the heart of any successful strategy to deal with Russia as a non-reliable supplier anymore. Cooperation, for example, as has been demonstrated by Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands and Belgium, who a couple of days ago showed at a joint wind summit what it means to develop the wind power, the offshore wind power in the North Sea. And of course, solidarity, this was a big topic today, ensuring that in case of a full disruption of gas flows from Russia, gas is indeed allowed to flow to wherever it is needed in Europe. The second topic was defense. The war, again, was and is a stark reminder for our member states on the need to strengthen our defense capacities. We have seen positive developments, notably, of course, we are all aware of Finland's and Sweden's application to join NATO, the strongest military alliance in the world, and they will benefit greatly from their membership. But also the fact that since the beginning of the war, leaders and the member states stepped up and announced by now 200 billion euros in extra military spending. Now it is important that we ensure that these stepping up and additional investment, we get the maximum value out of it. And we all know the challenges that exist within the European Union or the European model. On one hand, it is the lack of investment over the last years, so the gaps have to be filled. But the bigger challenge is the fragmentation we have within the European defence industry and the duplication of weapon systems. Here we see that this leads to increased cost, to reduced interoperability, so we have to improve this situation. And therefore, it is first of all helpful that since the beginning of this mandate, the European Defence Fund is up and running. It's a strong incentive to work together. The pilot programs so far have benefited to more than 600 entities, and 26 member states have used so far the European Defence Fund. This is an encouraging start. But there's also a second element now when we replenish the military material that has been sent to Ukraine, for example. It is important that this is coordinated, and for that we're setting up a task force to coordinate, also to deconflict the replenishment of the national stockpiles. And the Commission will propose before end of June to mobilise 500 million euros over the next 2 years from the EU budget to incentivise the joint procurement by at least 3 member states. This is, let's say, a pilot for a longer-term proposal that will come in the course of this year for a European Defence Investment Programme. Finally, the third topic was on food security. Charles introduced in the whole topic already. At the moment being, we're facing one overriding urgency, and that is 20 million tons of wheat are stuck in Ukraine, and they have to get out. And therefore, we have created, and we're working hard on the solidarity lanes that will enable it to bring out parts of this wheat through a land route and trains towards our parts. It is not trivial, and it is, of course, more tedious and expensive, but it is necessary to get this wheat out. The second point that is important, that we now give relief to the vulnerable populations and the possibility to afford the food. For that, we have pledged 2.5 billion euros. And we propose to mobilize reserves from the European Development Fund to support, for example, sub-Saharan Africa. The third element in that is that we step up our own food production. We expect a record export of cereals of 40 million tons in 22 and 23. And within this scenario, we call on all partners not to restrict global trade on agricultural products. So any kind of trade restrictions have absolutely no place in our member states or globally. And finally, but this is the mid and long term, we really have to develop better strategies, for example, in North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, to increase the production and the resilience with new technologies, precision farming, the nanotechnologies that are out there. So a lot of topics that are combined to this food topic, from the urgency to the mid and to the long term. We will coordinate all our actions with the Team Europe approach to feed into this work. I will travel to Cairo mid-June to discuss all these issues with President al-Sisi, because we have to look at them not only from a European Ukraine perspective, but also from a regional and bilateral perspective. Many thanks.
Thank you, Madam President. Anne Revant, je t'invite. Tu voulais prendre la parole? OK. Tomasz, you were next. Désolé, Anne, je pensais que tu voulais prendre la parole.
Tomasz Bilecki, Gazeta Wyborcza and Deutsche Welle. I have a question for both presidents of wheat export from Ukraine. Do you see any chances that all these solidarity lines and calls for the EU member states for help in the export could add up to the capacity sufficient for exporting Ukrainian wheat this year, this summer? If not, because it seems for now it's too little, what would be your comment on these ideas of transporting the wheat through Belarus, on the price of it through Belarus to Baltic states? And if not, do you see any diplomatic possibility to convince or to make Russians to unblock Odessa port to export the wheat? Thank you.
No, you are absolutely right. It should be the first priority, because there are 22 million tons of grains that are blocked in Ukraine, especially in Odessa. And a few weeks ago, when I went to Odessa, I had the occasion to see with my own eyes what's the situation on the ground. And for instance, countries like Egypt and other countries in Africa, they are victims of this situation. It means that we fully support all the efforts made by the United Nations in order to find an agreement to open a maritime corridor to the Black Sea. It would be the best option in order to make sure it is possible to export grains. But we are not certain it will work. We hope it will be possible to get an agreement on that important topic, and that's why we are also working, based on the proposal of the Commission, on those green lanes in order to facilitate alternative routes. And with the leaders today and yesterday, we discussed the different possibilities in order to develop alternative routes, but we know that it's more difficult, it's more expensive, it's more difficult for obvious logistic reasons, and we try to facilitate in order to reduce the administrative burdens, which is also an important question. About Belarus and the access towards the Baltic Sea, we understand that there were also talks at the level of the United Nations on that topic, and we support all these efforts. But in the short term, we don't see a concrete result, a concrete achievement. And you know that we have decided sanctions on Belarus, on the potash and the fertilizers, for instance, and we think it is very important to maintain the pressure
All right, that's Charles Michel, the European Council President, also Ursula von der Leyen speaking there. Really important commentary today. They announced the Repower Europe plan, $300 billion, to wean themselves of fossil fuels from Russia. They spoke about food security to try and get grain out of Ukraine, also start increasing food production out of Europe and sorting out the Africa issue when it comes to food security. And then defense was big on the agenda. We'll give you more analysis on this as the day goes on. Thanks very much for watching the show. I'm Eleni Jokos in Dubai. Connect the World with Becky Anderson up next. Take care.
The purpose is for the Russians to get less resources, less financial resources to feed in the war machine, and this certainly will happen.
Europe's boldest move yet to try and starve Vladimir Putin's war machine. More on that is coming up. Plus,
just startling how whole chunks of this cinema have been thrown into the crater there. There's just the ferocity of the airstrikes we're seeing here, designed simply to get people out of this town.
well, this is why that European deal is so important. Nick Payton-Walsh shows us towns left in ruins as Russian forces continue their offensive in the Luhansk region. And
we're introducing legislation to implement a national freeze on handgun ownership.
as the number of deaths by shootings in the United States spikes, neighbouring Canada taking a very different approach. It's 3 p.m. in London. Hello and welcome to Connect the World. I'm Becky Anderson for you. Reaching a compromise to punish Vladimir Putin and doing it while trying not to add injury to Europe's inflation-ridden economy. The EU has been tearing its collective hair out, quite frankly, trying to turn off the oil taps that fund the Russian president's unprovoked war in Ukraine. Well, now the bloc appears to be getting somewhere. The EU ban announced applies to crude delivered by tankers. There's a temporary exemption for pipeline crude, and that will give landlocked Hungary and Slovakia a bit of a break. There are a lot of moving parts to this EU oil story, including an OPEC meeting set for Thursday. Looming over all of this, of course, is food security. The European Council chief says Russia is using food as a, quote, weapon of war. Well, today's EU meeting in Brussels is now over. We are looking at what this all means in practicality. So let's dig deeper with CNN's Hannah Stewart, who is with me now. Let's just examine this deal in and of itself and what it will cost the Russians.
Well, it's going to cost the Russians dearly just in terms of having to replace its biggest customer. But yes, let's look at the deal itself. This was the 6th round of sanctions. It was announced by the EU 1 month ago. So we've had 4 weeks of wrangling over this. It has not been a good look from the EU in terms of unity. Now, the biggest sticking point of this big round of sanctions was oil and the idea of an oil embargo. Now, a big concession has been given here to Hungary, Slovakia, Czech Republic, those countries that are landlocked, very reliant on Russian oil via pipeline, and a stretch of a pipeline has been exempt from this. So that is why it's only covering 90% of oil. Becky, there's also the issue of time in this. This was expected, but the crude oil embargo won't hit for 6 months and the refined oil embargo won't hit for 8 months. So that does give Russia quite a lot of time, and it's already, of course, had quite a lot of time to look for other customers further away in terms of shipping. And it can do that. Unlike gas, it's much easier, of course, to ship its oil elsewhere, but at a cost. And already we are seeing a huge discount when we're looking at the Russian oil cost to benchmark crude. It's trading around $34 a barrel cheaper already. That's likely to get bigger. So in terms of the cost, yes, this will cost Russia's economy.
As far as the Europeans are concerned, this isn't Europe weaning itself off oil full stop by the end of this year. It is the European Union weaning itself off Russian oil. It is going to have to find that oil elsewhere. We already know that the price of oil has pushed higher off the back of this announcement. So where does Europe go next?
Yeah, look at the oil price. I mean, we've seen the biggest run for months now at this stage as these talks have been wrapping up. Listen, the EU got 2.4 million barrels a day from Russia last year. So effectively, it needs to replace 2 million barrels a day here in terms of oil. Where is it going to get that from? Now, if you think about some Russian oil heading elsewhere, there could be more capacity coming on the market from different customers. But really, more will need to come onto the market to bring those prices down. Saudi Arabia and the UAE have the biggest capacity. They hold roughly 3 million barrels per day. Will they release that? I think it's highly unlikely, looking at OPEC Plus, as we've seen them recently, that they're ever going to ramp up massively their production this year. The US looks set to add another 1.4 million barrels a day through shale, and there are some other smaller producers who could add more onto that. But don't expect that oil price to drop much further than we're seeing it today, because this is looking increasingly like a tight market. And of course, as China comes out of lockdowns, you're seeing the biggest user of oil ramping up production in factories. So I think we're looking at a very tight future in the oil price.
Yeah, absolutely. All OPEC Plus meeting tomorrow. We'll wait to see what happens at that. But as you say, no significant moves, different moves expected at this point. All right. Thank you for that. While the EU moves on oil sanctions, Russia's foreign minister is heading to Saudi Arabia on Wednesday to meet his Gulf counterparts just ahead of that OPEC Plus meeting. In Bahrain today, Sergei Lavrov said Russia will guarantee passage of grain ships to the Mediterranean Sea if Ukraine demines coastal waters. Now, Western nations have repeatedly accused Russia of blocking grain shipments from Ukraine. Turkey's foreign minister says he'll meet with Lavrov next week in Turkey to discuss creating a sea corridor for Ukrainian agricultural exports. Meantime, on the ground in Ukraine, a week and a half after Russian forces seized Mariupol, a cargo ship has left port carrying goods bound for Russia. Russia's defense ministry released this video of the ship leaving port today. It had arrived in Mariupol on Saturday after Russian officials said the port had been demined. The head of the self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic says it's carrying 2,500 tons of sheet metal to Rostov in western Russia. Ukraine's military, meantime, says the key eastern city of Severodonetsk is partially under Russian control. Russia capturing it would open a gateway to Ukrainian-held parts of the Donbass. And the head of Ukraine's military in the Luhansk region says Russian forces are gradually moving into the downtown area of the city. Matthew Chance connecting us today from Kyiv. And what is happening on the ground is clearly incredibly important when we consider what the Europeans have just announced. The idea, of course, being trying to starve the Russian war machine of cash from the sale of Russian oil at this point. And you and I were speaking at this time yesterday when you described a slow but steady progress by the Russians in the Donbass region. At this point today, what's your assessment?
Well, that progress, steady progress or otherwise, is continuing. And in fact, there's been video released over the course of the past couple of hours from inside Severodonetsk showing Russian troops in the centre of the city. Now, what the Ukrainians are saying is that, look, the Russians are still not in total control of it. They've still got people inside, troops inside, making it as hard as possible for Russia to establish full control over that city, the last main city really to be left inside the Luhansk Oblast, the Luhansk region of Donbass. And the intent, I think, from the Ukrainian side is to make the Russians pay as high a military price as possible so that they can before they can get control of the town. And while they're doing that, of course, the Russians are putting more and more military resources into achieving that goal, but at the same time leaving other areas of their now quite large area that is under Russian occupation, leaving it exposed and to potential counterattack. And indeed, that's what's happening further south, in the southeast of the country, near the Kherson, or in the Kherson region. Kherson, the city, is under Russian control, but the region is a little bit grayer. And there are counter-offensives underway on the part of the Ukrainian military to try to take back some of the territory that has been conquered already by the Russians. And so, again, it is a constant ebb and flow of military advances and withdrawals on both sides. On the one hand, in the northeast, the Russians are on the move forward, but in the southeast, they're encountering, a very strong counterattack and some difficulties.
Matthew Chance is in Kyiv for you. Matthew, thank you. It's important to understand exactly what is going on the ground, as far as we can tell. Since the beginning of Russia's war on Ukraine, which is now, of course, 3.5 months in, the US has tried to balance providing military aid to Ukraine without going too far to provoke Russia, according to them. President Biden made that clear yesterday.
Are you going to send long-range rocket systems to Ukraine?
We're not going to send to Ukraine rocket systems that can strike into Russia.
Well, CNN reported last week that the Biden administration was preparing to step up the kind of weaponry it is offering Ukraine by sending advanced long-range rocket systems. In response, Russia warned the US will, quote, cross a red line if those weapons are sent. Let's bring in CNN's Kylie Atwood at the State Department for more on this. And Kylie, is this the president walking back earlier commitments to provide Ukrainians with the sort of long-range rocket systems that they are extremely eager for at this point?
No, I don't think that the president is walking anything back right with these comments, but what he is doing is dancing along that fine line that, as you said, the Biden administration has been playing with over the last few months and growing increasingly risk tolerant to providing these more advanced weapons to Ukraine. But even though President Biden said the United States isn't going to provide weaponry that can hit Russia from Ukraine, that doesn't mean that the administration isn't considering more advanced weaponry, because these multiple launch rocket systems that our team has reported are being considered by the Biden administration have a number of technical options when you look at them. And so there are different distances that the rockets can travel that can be attached to these systems. So the Biden administration could provide the systems, but not provide rockets that go hundreds of miles, provide rockets that go a little bit further than what the Ukrainians have, but not too far into Russia. And so it is a bit of a confusing and technical conversation, but the details here really do matter. And the administration still feels like they can continue providing more while not going too far into Russia and creating that perhaps blowback from Russia that they've been trying to prevent.
OK, so let's be quite clear about this. President Biden could still provide the long-range systems that we know President Zelensky says the Ukrainians are in dire need of, but with shorter-range ammunition. Is that
That's
as you
exactly
understand
right.
it, how things stand?
Yep. Right. And so it still increases Ukraine's capabilities, of course, but it isn't allowing them to send rockets hundreds of miles into Russia, which there are ways for those systems to be able to do that.
Kylie Atwood's at the State Department with reporting from there. Thank you. Well, you're watching Connect the World. I'm Becky Anderson. We are out of London for you this week. Still ahead on Connect the World. Chilling new audio of the school shooting in Texas, raising more questions about what was this delayed police response. And Canada's response to gun violence. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau looks to clamp down on guns in neighbouring Canada. Details on that are just ahead. Well, these are live images from Uvalde in Texas, a week after a gunman opened fire inside an elementary school there, killing 19 students and 2 teachers. This latest mass shooting in the United States, once again, raising calls for new gun reform laws. In the coming hours, a bipartisan group of senators is set to meet virtually to discuss reform in the US on guns. The talks continue this week in the wake of the tragic shooting. Well, as the families of those killed get ready to say their final goodbyes, new disturbing audio recordings said to be of that day are now coming forward. Nick Valencia has the very latest for you.
Oh my God. Chilling new video captured an apparent radio call outside Robb Elementary School, where a gunman had opened fire inside classrooms.
Are you in there? Where?
They shot a kid. In the video, what sounds like a student says they've been shot. The man who recorded the video, who did not want to be identified, tells CNN the audio came from the radio of a Customs and Border Protection vehicle outside the school in Uvalde, Texas. He said an officer turned off the radio once officers realized he could hear. This, as new dispatch audio obtained by ABC News, indicates dispatchers relayed that at least one student was alive in the classroom. CNN has not been able to independently verify the audio or at what point during the shooting this occurred. Law enforcement's timeline shows that the gunman remained in the classrooms for more than an hour, while at least 8 911 calls were made by at least 2 students begging for help. Officers had arrived within 2 minutes, but the commander on the scene decided to wait before confronting the gunman.
For the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision, period. There's no excuse for that.
The massacre is one of a string of mass shootings that have left the nation on edge. School districts nationwide are intensifying security protocols, fearing copycat attacks. Like in Buffalo, where a gunman opened fire at a top supermarket, killing 10 earlier this month. New safety protocols include all doors remaining locked during the school day, and any person who wishes to enter must call ahead for approval.
Americans are on edge, and they're on edge because they don't know if it's going to be their place of worship, a mall, a concert, their children's school. In Uvalde, the community plans for 2 weeks of funeral services to lay to rest the 21 victims. Uvalde's mayor has decided to postpone a city council meeting in which several new members were to be sworn in, including school police chief Pedro Pete Arredondo. He was elected to the city council earlier this month and reportedly was the official who made the decision not to breach the classrooms while the shooter was locked inside. Arredondo has not spoken to the media since the day of the shooting. The mayor says Arredondo's role in the shooting response will not impact his ability to serve on the council. Arredondo's decision has angered victims' parents, like Amarie Jo Garza's father.
They needed to act immediately, There's kids involved, there's a gun involved, there's an active shooter wanting to do harm.
While US senators are talking about gun reform, in Canada, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced a new bill that would place a national freeze on handgun ownership across the country. The legislation would cap sales, transfers and imports of guns. For Bryn Gingras joins us now live from New York. Look, Canada has a long history of gun control laws. How is this measure different?
Well, it's taking it even further, Becky. And there's one quote from a person high up in the government who said gun ownership is a privilege, not a right. So that just gives you the perspective of what's going on in Canada versus, of course, here in the U.S. So this is very extensive, what's being proposed by Trudeau. And I'm going to tick through all the points, or at least many of them. So essentially, this is going to just freeze gun ownership in the entire country. That means it's illegal to sell, transfer, import and buy any handguns. This also is going to be putting extensive fines on gun smugglers and traffickers. They will face criminal penalties. In addition to that, the country says they will support law enforcement to actually go after this illegal activity. It also involves revoking gun licenses for those who are involved in domestic violence, criminal harassment, so they don't want the guns in the hands of those people, and red flag laws, giving courts the option to take away gun ownership from people that exhibit behavior that could be harmful to others or harmful to themselves. And then one more thing is talking about rifles. They want in the country no rifle should have more than 5 rounds in it, and they will actually manufacture the guns. This new proposal would say that they have to manufacture those guns so that there can't be more than 5 rounds at any one time inside those rifles. So this is just wide-sweeping legislative bill that's right now in front of everyone, thanks to the Prime Minister. And of course, this is something he has campaigned on. As you mentioned, Becky, this is, gun control isn't exactly a stranger to that country. They had wide-sweeping bills that passed, making it very difficult for assault rifle-style weapons to be in that country after that major incident that happened in Nova Scotia 2 years ago. And this is just taking it even a step further. It's expected to actually pass because it does seem to have a lot of support.
Let's have a listen to exactly what Justin Trudeau had to say today.
As a government, as a society, we have a responsibility to act to prevent more tragedies. Canadians certainly don't need assault-style weapons that were designed to kill the largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. Gun violence is a complex problem, but at the end of the day, the math is really quite simple. The fewer the guns in our communities, the safer everyone will be.
A position which couldn't be more different than that which is playing out, of course, in the south of the border in the US at present. I just wonder very briefly how you expect this bill to play out in Parliament.
Well, it is expected to have support. Like I said, they could enact at least some of these measures by the fall. And again, just kind of putting underscore on his points there, 59% of the incidents that involve guns in that country over the last 10 or 12 years have included firearms. So it is a stark difference. Obviously, there's a stark difference in population compared to the U.S., but it does seem to have that support to make these measures in place, certainly in response to what's happening, what they're seeing here in the United States. Because you have to remember, a lot of the gun smuggling, they say, is coming from the U.S., and they want to put a stop to it.
Bryn, thank you. Well, China says it is not happy about a US congressional delegation visiting Taiwan. That visit, led by Senator Tammy Duckworth, is aimed at boosting relations between the US and Taiwan, which China claims as its own. My colleague Christy Lustau with this report.
A U.S. congressional delegation led by Senator Tammy Duckworth is in Taiwan for an unannounced 3-day visit. They stressed the importance of U.S. and Taiwan partnership on security, as well as economic collaboration. President Tsai Ing-wen, she thanked Senator Duckworth for America's donation of COVID-19 vaccines, as well as U.S. support on the security front.
We look forward to deeper and closer U.S.-Taiwan relations in matters of regional security. At the same time, to address the challenges of the post-pandemic era. Taiwan and the U.S. have reviewed and assessed the many facets of our trade cooperation.
China slammed the visit, with its embassy in Washington saying it firmly opposes it. And in a statement, a spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in the U.S. says, quote, "We urge the U.S. side to earnestly abide by the One China principle and the 3 Sino-U.S. joint communiques, handle Taiwan-related issues in a cautious and proper way, stop all forms of official interactions with Taiwan, and avoid sending wrong signals to the Taiwan independent separatist forces," unquote. The visit comes right after the U.S. president's visit to the region and his assertion that the U.S. would intervene militarily if China tries to take Taiwan by force, a comment that he has made before and which was quickly downplayed again by the White House. But tension is rising in the region. On Monday, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said 30 Chinese warplanes made incursions into its air defense identification zone, the highest daily figure in more than 4 months. A Taiwan Member of Parliament Wang Ting-yu calls it, quote, a very worrying trend, tweeting this, quote, the more China does this, the sooner we become used to it, and it will become increasingly difficult to determine if China is just doing their routine exercises or are they preparing to launch an attack on Taiwan. This is a very worrying trend. Taiwan's president has vowed to maintain peace while adding that she will defend Taiwan if attacked. China claims Taiwan as its own territory and hasn't ruled out taking it by force if necessary. Christy Lu Stout, CNN, Hong Kong.
Well, as Russian forces close in, this is the battleground in eastern Ukraine. I'm going to get you to one of the last cities in Luhansk, still under Ukrainian control. There is not a lot left. That is coming up after this. Welcome back. It is just before 3:30 here in London. I'm Becky Anderson. You are watching Connect the World. Well, European Union leaders say the ban on Russian oil will deal a blow to the Kremlin's ability to wage war in Ukraine. This is day two of what is a key meeting in which the EU agreed to ban most oil imports, about 90%, from Moscow this year. Meantime, fighters are battling street by street as Russian forces do push deeper into the city of Severodonetsk. This is one of the last holdouts in Ukraine's eastern Luhansk region. Now, if Russia succeeds in taking that city and a nearby city, they will have coalesced their victories in the Luhansk region. But their prize, if you can call it that, will be a region in ruins. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh was there.
This is the last road into Lysychansk. Putin's forces have moved with rare focus here and may soon encircle the pocket of two cities on a river we're driving into. The Ukrainian forces we saw here, mobile, tense, at times edgy. And this is why. Across the river here, the besieged city of Severodonetsk, increasingly more in Russian hands, whoever you ask. We can hear the crackle of gunfire down towards the river below.
Well, we were told the Russians have tried already to get into town, and it looks like we might be witnessing another attempt over there. That smoke near one of the remaining bridges into the city.
Our police escorts shout drone, often used to direct artillery attacks. We are on high ground, exposed and scattered. It is a tale of two desperations here. That which makes people stay, and that which makes them finally flee. Leonid is the latter. Some who stay are increasingly angry at what's left of the Ukrainian state here. A young woman was killed here a day earlier by a shell. And locals told us not to film, saying cameras attracted shelling. Russia's bloody persistence and unbridled firepower is bringing the kind of victory in the ruins they seem to cherish. This cinema was a bomb shelter, local officials said. It's unclear if, when their huge airstrike hit, the Russian military was aware it had been emptied days earlier.
Just startling how whole chunks of this cinema have been thrown into the crater there. There's just the ferocity of the airstrikes we're seeing here, designed simply to get people out of this town.
Those who stay among the shards of glass feel abandoned already.
Many people, but there is no gas or water or power or anything. We asked the aid workers today when it will all come back, and they said there are only prostitutes, junkies, and alcoholics left. That means the aid workers have left here.
Lydia is carefully picking up the pieces of the airstrike, which she felt the full force of in her apartment 8 floors up. There's an old lady on the first floor and me with my disabled son. She says he doesn't really understand the war's happening.
Retreat lingers in the empty air. If Putin takes here, he may claim he's achieved some of his reduced goals in this invasion. It's now the unenviable choice of Ukraine's leaders. If this is the hill its men and women will die on. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Lysychansk, Ukraine.
Let's get you up to speed on some of the other stories that are on our radar right now. And crews in Nepal have recovered the bodies of all 22 people killed in Sunday's plane crash there. Plane crashed into a remote mountainside, killing all on board. The flight recorder of the Tara Air jet has also been found. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. A single positive COVID case has forced a lockdown in one district in Beijing. That's because it was reported outside the government's quarantine centres. At last check, at least 16 Chinese cities are under a full or partial lockdown, impacting at least 125 million people. Well, at least 91 people have been killed after heavy rainfall led to deadly floods in northeastern Brazil. The president there visited the affected region on Monday. He said, unfortunately, these catastrophes happen, and praised the armed forces' role in the rescue efforts. 26 people do remain missing. One of the world's top athletes knocked down by the long-term effects of COVID-19. Ahead on this show, more on Lionel Messi's struggle after recovering from the disease and what researchers are only now learning. And prepare for a clash of giants at Roland Garros. We'll have the details in what is our World Sport Update coming up. Well, as the worst of the pandemic slowly recedes, we are, with each passing day, learning more about the long-term struggles of some of the people who were infected with COVID-19. Lionel Messi speaking out about the difficulties that he faced after getting COVID. The football superstar told Argentinian channel TYC Sports that after he recovered from the virus in January, he continued to struggle with respiratory issues. He missed 3 matches and said he couldn't run for about a month and a half. He also said he pushed himself to return to the pitch too quickly, which made it worse. Well, joining me now is Dr. Amish Adalja, who is senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins University Centre for Health Security. And this is such an important issue to discuss. Dr. Adalja, we're talking about one of the world's top athletes here. He says he was knocked down by the after effects of this disease. What do his struggles reveal about the long-term impacts of COVID?
It reveals that we have a lot to learn, that we're still scratching the surface at understanding this minority of people who, for whatever reason, even with a mild illness, develop symptoms that affect their ability to go back to their normal way of life. And I think we're starting to get better at defining this and understanding what the risk factors are, but there's still a long way to go to be able to really give people definitive answers to understand who's going to get this and what the prognosis is going to be. But it is something that is going to be the long tail of this pandemic and deserves a lot of research effort.
Right, so at this point, what are the most concerning health issues that people are facing, those who are facing them after recovering from COVID-19?
So when you think about what kind of falls under the long COVID umbrella, there's many different symptoms. And for me, what's important are symptoms that interfere with a person's activities of daily living. So if they have problems going up the stairs, if they have problems thinking, if they just can't function the way they did. And that often will be respiratory symptoms. Maybe they become short of breath faster, or they have heart rate instability. Their heart rate goes very fast all of a sudden, or they're just not able to perform the same level of cognition in the past. And I think those are the big ones. And you have to separate out people who were hospitalized, people who were in the ICU, because those people we know for any reason are not going to get back to their baseline, even if they were admitted for influenza, for example. It's these people who have mild illness that have these symptoms. That's the big mystery. And I think what we'll find most likely is that there are probably some genetic differences in their immune response that causes this to happen, but we need to get really definitive studies, ones that use control arms, that match patients up really well so that we can really hone in on what's happening here.
Evidence-based to date, and I realise that, researchers still have an enormous amount of questions that need answers about post-COVID conditions, but evidence-based at this point, we've just talked about the sort of things that people might be experiencing. Just by hearsay, I'm hearing, people have sort of struggled for 6 to 8 weeks through people have struggled, for upwards of a year. What's the sort of, what's the baseline here? What can people expect if, for example, they realise now that they might be struggling from what we are now calling long COVID?
So each person's course is going to be variable. And that may be because we're not all dealing with the same thing here. There may be multiple different variants of long COVID in the sense that people have different symptoms, or they may have underlying conditions that are getting exacerbated by what happened with COVID. Most people do get better over time. They tend to improve. If you check in on them at 6 months and 8 months, the symptoms start to alleviate. But this is kind of the hard thing to really give anybody definitive information about, because we don't really understand this phenomenon completely. And that's why it's so frustrating for patients. It's frustrating for physicians because we don't have all the answers yet. And science is going to move at its pace. And I think this has been prioritized. But each person kind of has to go by day. And we're seeing more and more hospitals and healthcare systems develop long COVID clinics to try and understand what's going on here and try to offer these individuals treatments. But I think there's still a long way to go before we have a full handle on this problem, or even just a full understanding or basic definitions about this problem.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. And we understand, even having an expert such as yourself on won't answer a myriad of questions that are still out there. You, at the beginning of this interview, suggested that it's a minority of people who are living with long COVID, and you differentiate between those who are hospitalised, who you say may never get back to their baseline, and those who are feeling lousy, let's say, after having had COVID, and you call that a minority of people. What sort of percentage in the United States, for example, are you talking about?
I think when you look at the really well-done studies, you're probably looking at 5 to 10%. If you remove the people that were in the ICU, that were in the hospital, that didn't have some underlying condition that got exacerbated or a new diagnosis, I think it's probably about 5 to 10% at the top. And that has to do with the fact that, you know, we might see these numbers where they say 30%, but many of those studies don't use control groups, and you need to have a control group matched to the people who are in there, or you might be picking up a lot of noise there. So rigorous studies are going to be really important to actually delineate what the percentage would be. But most people don't get long COVID. But there is enough people, even if it's a small percentage of a big number is still a fairly big number for dealing with the after effects of the pandemic.
Yeah, no, this is fascinating. We should talk again, as you say, so much still being discovered at this point. Thank you, sir. Well, let's not describe it as a tennis court. Let's describe it as a battlefield, because that is what effectively it is, as excitement rises at Roland Garros for a match with two tennis superstars clashing, and it's not even the final, though it sort of feels like that. World Sports' Christina McFarlane is here to tell us, we don't really have to tell us who's playing because we've got the pictures up there, so if we were teasing the viewer, we've ruined it, haven't we? I mean, but look, let's face it, Nadal and Djokovic, what a match. And where are we? Last 16?
Yeah, we're into the quarterfinals. Can you imagine these two meeting up in the quarterfinals? You're right, it does feel like a final. And it is the 59th time these two have played each other. Becky, tonight I'm going to be parked on the sofa for at least 4 or 5 hours because we know that is how long these matches can go. They're going to be playing in the night session at Roland Garros. Head-to-head, Novak edges it just over Nadal. He's got 30 wins to Nadal's 28, but Nadal, 13-time champion. He is unmatched on clay. It's going to be a corker.
He's got a dodgy foot, but you know what? Let's assume that that's not going to stand in his way tonight. More World Sport after this short break with Christina. I'll be back after that. Do stay with us, folks.
Hello and welcome to CNN World Sport with me, Christina McFarlane. European football's governing body, UEFA, have announced they are opening an independent report into the security chaos ahead of the Champions League final between Liverpool and Real Madrid at the Stade de France. Kickoff was delayed by 35 minutes on Saturday, with ticket-holding Liverpool fans kept waiting in huge queues and the French police deploying tear gas on the crowd. On Monday, French authorities placed blame for the delay on a massive ticket fraud in operation at the stadium. UEFA say they plan to make the findings of the report public once they have examined the decision-making, responsibility and behaviours of all entities involved in the final. Now, the European domestic football season may be over, but sadly, it's been another year where the dark side of the game has been in evidence, with black footballers across the continent having to confront racial abuse both on and off the pitch. Borussia Dortmund and England star Jude Bellingham knows this feeling all too well. At just 18, the midfielder has already reached the brutal conclusion that racism will never go away in the game and says he questions whether authorities have the desire to tackle the issue head on. Bellingham has been speaking exclusively to CNN senior sports analyst Darren Lewis.
Never give up, never let people create an image of you, always be, go out and take it and, own what you do, be yourself, and I think that's just the way I play, but that's the way I am as a person as well.
Jude Bellingham has always worn his heart on his sleeve. Despite his status as one of the most coveted players in world football, his commitment to Dortmund is well documented, but more importantly for him, family is everything.
My mom, my dad, two huge role models of mine because of the way they've obviously carried themselves, the things that they've had to face in their own journeys, and especially my mom. She's always given me a lot of lessons on how I'll be perceived by other people, sometimes because of the colour of my skin, sometimes we're kind of stereotyped and stuff like that. I say about my footballing heroes, I talk about Gerrard, I talk about Rooney, I talk about Zidane, but I've got a black woman that I live with every day, and I see the way she carries herself, and for me that's, you couldn't have a bigger hero really.
Just like countless black players of his generation, Bellingham has already witnessed and endured racist abuse at just 18. His parents' guidance, however, has helped him to deal with it and to address it head on.
I say to my mum quite often, who I live with out here, that after a majority of games I'll get a racist message in my Instagram inbox, whether it's 1, 2 or 3, can depend on what I've done in the game, if I've made a foul, if I've done something, There's not a single job in the world where you deserve to be criticised with racism, but that's the world we live in. And that's why we've got to do more. That's why the people in power have got to do more.
In December, Bellingham was fined by the German FA for comments he made about referee Felix Weyer in the wake of Dortmund's defeat to arch-rivals Bayern Munich. But he says German football's governing body were not as quick to respond when it came to his experiences of racial abuse.
I always remember sharing the first batch of messages that I got after I think we drew 2-2 away in Cologne. I think I gave away a penalty. It was half and half because it was a handball, I think. And I posted them just to say, just another day on social media so people could see what it was like for me. The club were quick to send someone to message me and make sure I was all right, and I really appreciated that. Had teammates that messaged me, of course, family members, and I didn't really receive anything from the DFB or DFL or anything like that. And I always kind of compare it to when I said the thing about the referee in December. They were very quick to get into contact to give me my fine, give me my punishment, kind of make it a big drama in the media. And I know that, sometimes I have to control my emotion better, of course, but, maybe we are alone, and maybe they're not interested, maybe they don't care, and maybe it is down to me and down to us to work independently to get our message out.
It is nearly a year since what should have been a moment to cherish for Bellingham as England reached last summer's Euro 2020 final. Along the way, his appearance in the country's opening game against Croatia as a 17-year-old made him the youngest player of any nationality at a European Championship and the youngest Englishman to play at a major tournament. But after Marcus Rashford, Jadon Sancho and Bukayo Saka missed penalties in the shootout defeat to Italy, Bellingham watched the fallout as all three faced a barrage of online racist abuse.
The biggest takeaway from the whole experience for me was the contrast. I think you look at the running into the final, it felt like the country had united. We had black players in the team, players of all different backgrounds from all different countries in the team. And then as soon as they miss the penalty, they're not English, they're just black. Anyone can miss a penalty, anyone can make a mistake in their line of work, but it's impossible to be criticised like that. It should never happen. The human, look at what Marcus has done with the feeding the children. He's bringing out books, he's supporting people in that way. Jadon's got pitches in London, I think, released some boots that a load of people from his area felt proud of. Bukayo, similar. all like top characters, and then you see them kind of brought down like that. It's like, it's disgusting, but it's hard to take, to be honest. As a teammate, it's really like, wow, because that could have been me. What if it was me and Mr. Penn, and all of a sudden, you know, you're English for 7 games, you miss a pen and you're nothing.
As players, did you come up with a plan going forward on how to deal with that kind of situation should it happen again?
Yeah, to be fair, Gareth Southgate was brilliant. He's always brought it up as a topic in meetings when, you know, we're aware that we're going to, like for example, we went to Hungary 2 months after the Euro, 2 or 3 months maybe. Same thing happened again, but we felt more prepared and we felt more supported because of what Gareth had put in place, I think. And I think, you know, as a black player, you feel very grateful for that.
Far from being disheartened by the memory of that July day, Bellingham and other black athletes are more motivated than ever to inspire a generation and to drive change. Do you think we are in a really powerful age of activism right now?
Definitely. I think we've got a lot of you know, black people in important roles within sport, especially the Williams sisters, the Hamiltons. You know, you've got the amount of black players playing for England at the minute. I do feel like there's only so much they can do though, because they're giving their experience from their point of view. And I think that's where football and sport has to unite. I think it needs the power of people who aren't black to see how much they're struggling and how much it means to them and come together. And I'm not saying that that doesn't happen at all. That definitely is something that's improving. But you know, when you talk about the whole war and the whole thing, I think it can be done more.
My son looks at somebody like you and he sees a positive black role model. How heartening for you and inspired are you by that?
Being told you're a great footballer is one thing, but you know, when you've always been raised to first and foremost be a good person, and then to hear that, you know, people are inspired by the things you say and the way you carry yourself, I think, you know, that takes it to another level of kind of pride within myself, but also it tells me that, you know, it makes me aware again of that responsibility that I've got. You know, I can't let down your kids, I can't let down other kids that look up to me, and that's the responsibility that I'm willing to carry.
Darren Lewis, CNN, Dortmund.
Such an impressive young man. Well, CNN contacted both the German Football Association and League for comment in response to Bellingham's claim. Neither has responded so far. For more from our exclusive interview, visit cnn.com/sport. World Sport returns in just a moment. We are back with the French Open and 18-year-old Coco Gauff, who is through to her first Grand Slam semi-final after a straight sets win over Sloane Stephens a short while ago. That match wraps the women's play for the day as we continue to count down until two of the greatest champions in tennis go head-to-head in the quarterfinals of the French Open. World number one Novak Djokovic is taking on fellow heavyweight Rafael Nadal. Nole edging the all-time series 30-28. Nadal has 21 major titles to Djokovic's 20, and of course, he is unmatched by anybody at this event. A 13-time winner at Roland Garros. Well, for more, earlier I got the thoughts of former world number 2, two-time runner-up at the French Open, and now Eurosport tennis expert Alex Corretja.
Djokovic gets into this match with a little bit more rhythm because Nadal was struggling during the clay court season. He had some injuries. And of course, Djokovic won in Rome. Rafa, he's been playing well here. He had a tough match the other day, last Sunday, against Felix Auger-Aliassime, 5 sets. But to play in a night session means that maybe Novak feels a little bit better because the ball is going to bounce a little bit lower. And we know that he loves his backhand especially. You know, he likes drop shots. But in any case, it's going to be long rallies. And the thing is, like, Rafa feels like, okay, daytime, maybe he can overpower a little bit easier Djokovic. But of course, for both, it's going to be so difficult. Also for Novak to win points against Rafa nighttime, it's not going to be any easy. They're going to have to play long rallies. They will have to be very patient, both of them. They need to play aggressive. They will mix it up. They will need to do drop shots. They will need to use their forehands. As you can see, it's a little bit windy as well. Maybe at nighttime it will be better. But definitely, it's going to be a battle. It's going to be so enjoyable to watch from outside and probably very difficult to play from inside.
And who knows, with Rafa's foot injury issues, maybe this could be the last time we see these two go head-to-head at Roland Garros. Certainly one not to be missed, Becky Anderson.
I know what I'm doing after the show tonight. Betting in for that game. All right, Christina, thank you. I will be back with more Connect World after this short break. Stay with us.
Live from CNN London, this is Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
An historic agreement by the EU to ban the vast majority of Russian oil by year's end. This the latest effort to starve the Kremlin's war coffers. All the while, Russia continues to make gains in eastern Ukraine. This hour, from London to Islamabad, a look at how the ripple effects of this war are affecting you. I'm Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome back to Connect the World. Well, as Russia remains defiant in the face of sanctions from the West, the European Union is trying to deal a new blow to the Kremlin's war in Ukraine. The compromise for a partial Russian oil ban took weeks to hammer out. Now it blocks more than 2/3 of Russian oil imports immediately and 90% of Russian oil imports by the end of the year. Now, the head of the European Commission says, and I quote here, EU member states are coming together to strengthen their sustainable energy supply. Have a listen.
The renewable energy has the big advantage that it is not only good for the climate, but it is also good for our independence and good for our security of supply, and it creates jobs at home.
Well, that may be the aim, and we can talk about, when renewable energy will really be front and centre in Europe momentarily. But CNN's Anna Stewart covering all of this here in London. Let's just talk about this deal in and of itself. What do we know about it at this point?
So we know that it's taken weeks to get to this point, and that hasn't shown great unity for the EU, but they have reached a deal on the oil embargo, and this was one element of the 6th round of sanctions. First 5 rounds went through no problems at all. We're starting to see disunity, and it was largely over oil, and it was coming from the landlocked countries that will struggle to replace Russian oil. So what we're seeing here is really an exemption for Hungary, Slovakia and Czech Republic, who will still be able to get their oil from Russia via a pipeline. There is an exemption for one stretch of a pipeline. It's also, though, a timing issue. From experts, the time it's taken to reach this deal, the time it will take for the full embargo to take effect, Russia has had lots and lots of time to look for other customers. So that's also weakening it. And this was something that the chief diplomat for the EU spoke about today.
Certainly, we cannot prevent Russia to sell their oil to someone else. We are not so powerful, but we are the most important client for Russia. They will have to look for another one, and certainly they will have to decrease the price. The purpose is for the Russians to get less resources, less financial resources to feed in the war machine, and this certainly will happen.
2 really key points there. First of all, yes, the EU is a really important customer, the biggest customer for Russia. It will be harder to ship elsewhere. And also the price. And we're looking at incredibly high prices for oil across the board right now. Russian oil is already trading at a big discount. It's about $34 a barrel cheaper. So it will be hard to keep up the sort of revenue it's been getting from the EU up to this point, which has been $10 billion a month just for oil.
Yeah, and it will look elsewhere. And we know that there are countries willing to pay for cheap Russian oil at this point. The EU imports, as I understand, about 1/3 of its oil from Russia. It is going to have to make up that shortfall because, let's be quite frank, it hasn't weaned itself off oil yet, whatever von der Leyen says about renewables taking over going forward.
Big investments for renewables, but what about right now? So it currently gets 2.4 million barrels a day from Russia. It needs to replace over 2 million barrels a day of that, given this embargo is 90%. Where's it going to get from? Well, first of all, Russia's oil, cheap oil, should reach other customers. Some oil will come into the market there. But you're going to need some spare capacity if you want that oil price to come down. And therefore, everyone looks to OPEC, where there is spare capacity, at least from Saudi Arabia and the UAE. They could produce maybe 3 million barrels a day more than they currently do. Will they ramp up production? I don't think we're going to see any big changes at the meeting this week. I think they'll carry on with a steady approach of steady increases in outputs each month. They like the price where it is. The US could put more shale onto the market as well, but I think we are looking at really tight market and high prices for some time to come.
And let's remind ourselves that is an OPEC Plus meeting this week, which of course
includes Russia.
Correct. Thank you. Middle East nations hold almost half of the world's proven oil reserves. For a deeper dive into what the region can do as Europe tries to stymie Moscow's war effort in Ukraine by weaning itself off Russia's oil, do head to CNN.com. And, of course, don't forget the app. Well, why is this all important? Well, as the EU tries to thwart the Kremlin's war machine, Russian forces are making steady progress in eastern Ukraine. Here they are, pushing into the centre of Severodonetsk, a key city in a region known as Luhansk, one of 2 regions that make up the Donbass. Now, you can see almost the entire region is now under Russian control. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh travelled to another pocket of Ukrainian resistance, and he filed this report for you.
This is the last road into Lysychansk. Putin's forces have moved with rare focus here and may soon encircle the pocket of 2 cities on a river we're driving into. The Ukrainian forces we saw here, mobile, tense, at times edgy. And this is why. Across the river here, the besieged city of Severodonetsk, increasingly more in Russian hands, whoever you ask. We can hear the crackle of gunfire down towards the river below.
Well, we were told the Russians have tried already to get into town, and it looks like we might be witnessing another attempt over there. That smoke near one of the remaining bridges into the city.
Our police escorts shout drone, often used to direct artillery attacks. We are on high ground, exposed and scattered. It is a tale of 2 desperations here. That which makes people stay, and that which makes them finally flee. Leonid is the latter. Some who stay are increasingly angry at what's left of the Ukrainian state here. A young woman was killed here a day earlier by a shell. And locals told us not to film, saying cameras attracted shelling. Russia's bloody persistence and unbridled firepower is bringing the kind of victory in the ruins they seem to cherish. This cinema was a bomb shelter, local officials said. It's unclear if, when their huge airstrike hit, the Russian military was aware it had been emptied days earlier.
Just startling how whole chunks of this cinema have been thrown into the crater there. There's just the ferocity of the airstrikes we're seeing here, designed simply to get people out of this town.
Those who stay among the shards of glass feel abandoned already.
Many, many people, but there is no gas or water or power or anything. We asked the aid workers today when it will all come back, and they said there are only prostitutes, junkies, and alcoholics left. That means the aid workers have left here.
Lydia is carefully picking up the pieces of the airstrike, which she felt the full force of in her apartment 8 floors up. There's an old lady on the 1st floor and me with my disabled son, she says. He doesn't really understand the war's happening. Retreat lingers in the empty air. If Putin takes here, he may claim he's achieved some of his reduced goals in this invasion. It's now the unenviable choice of Ukraine's leaders. If this is the hill its men and women will die on. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Lysychansk, Ukraine.
Well, Melissa Bell, my colleague, is connecting us today from Zaporizhia in southeastern Ukraine. Nick's piece focusing there on just one area. What's happening? What's the broader picture at this point?
I'd like to take you, Becky, further along that front line, because essentially it goes from Severodonetsk, where the worst of that fighting, you just showed those images a moment ago, has been going on. That is the city we understand that even now appears to be falling. Remember, with some 15,000 civilians still trapped inside. That line now goes from Severodonetsk all the way down essentially to Kherson ever since the fall of Mariupol. And what that means is that you have a front line along the edge of which I'm standing here in Zaporizhia. This is the Dnieper River just behind me. It is 30 miles to the south of here, just along that river, that you have the closest town under Russian control. What we've been seeing over the course of the last few days is an intensification of fighting in places like this, far to the south of Severodonetsk as well. This city, Zaporizhia, the scene of cruise missile hits, 3 that struck, 1 that was intercepted just these last 5 days. But also, we keep hearing outgoing artillery fire towards those positions, and we keep hearing and seeing evidence of villages beyond that Vasilivka that is 30 miles from here that are subject to artillery fire from Russian forces, but also those long-range rockets coming from further away that Ukrainians now say they desperately need precisely to be able to target those positions, Becky.
And just for the benefit of our viewers who won't be as imbued in the machinations of all of this and want to really have a sense of why this is all important, can you explain the significance of the area seeing this heavy fighting?
Well, that line that I mentioned that divides essentially those parts of Ukraine that are now held by Russia and those parts of Ukraine that are not, on the edge of which I'm standing, is much more than a military front line. What we're seeing increasingly is that line hardened. So I mentioned the village of Vasilivka. There have been civilians trying to come over to the Ukrainian side of the line for several days. They'd been held back by Russian forces. Of course, so many Ukrainians have fled these last few weeks from Mariupol, from Kherson, and they've been coming to this sideline. What we're seeing now are some of them wanting to go back, to get back to their families on the other side, to get back to what's left of their homes, and that are finding it so difficult to cross those lines that they find themselves living inside cars, in camp areas that are growing by the day. The border, essentially, that line is being shut down. And it's happening also on a communication level. We've just been hearing from Ukrainian officials, and it's something we've been hearing from everyone around us here, that communications to Russian-controlled Ukraine have essentially been cut off. So you can't use your mobile phone, you have no more internet access, you can't reach your relatives on that side of the line. And just in Zaporizhzhia region, there are 5 districts, Becky, 3 of which are this hour completely without communication.
Melissa, thank you. Very well delineated there. This is really tough. The Biden administration is expected to announce soon that it is granting Ukraine's request for advanced long-range rocket systems, and Melissa alluding to that request there in her reporting. But the president clarified on Monday that the US won't send rockets, missiles that can reach Russia to be used on those on those rocket systems. CNN's Natasha Bertrand is following this from Washington. Let's be quite clear then about what it is that we understand the US is willing to send and what it isn't at this point, and why, Natasha.
Yeah, Becky. So what we hear from our sources is that the administration is planning on sending those multiple launch rocket systems to the Ukrainians. But the nuance here, a key detail that cannot be understated, is how far the munitions, the rockets that go into those systems, can actually go. Because that is the main concern of the Russians, is that if the Ukrainians get these systems, then they could potentially launch them into Russian territory. Now, the maximum range that the systems can shoot a rocket is about 186 miles, sometimes even more than that. But it depends, again, on the type of munition that you place in that system. So what the Biden administration is now doing is they're considering sending them shorter range rockets to actually put inside those systems, so that they're not actually able to launch those rockets into Russian territory. The systems could perhaps go anywhere from roughly 70 kilometers to 100 kilometers, far less than the 300 kilometers that these systems are actually capable of launching at their maximum. So this is kind of the middle ground that the administration is trying to get to here, because of the Russian warnings that any Western kind of facilitation of Ukrainian attacks on Russian soil would be a step too far, would cross a red line.
Fascinating. That's Washington and what is going on there. Thank you. A week and a half after Russian forces seized Mariupol, a cargo ship has left port carrying goods bound for Russia. Russia's defense ministry released this video of the ship leaving port today. It had arrived in Mariupol on Saturday after Russian officials said the port had been demined. The head of the self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic says it's carrying 2,500 tons of sheet metal to Rostov in western Russia. Well, surging inflation is a global problem. One of the reasons for that is this war in Ukraine. And one of the countries that finds itself in an economic spiral is Pakistan. We speak to the country's finance minister up next. Plus, We will head to the Middle East, where a landmark trade deal has just been signed. Some are calling it a new chapter. We'll explain why after this. Welcome back. Now, we've been reporting on the severe impact of Russia's war in Ukraine and how that is impacting Europe's energy market. It's not just Ukraine's Western neighbours that are feeling the effects of this war. Pakistan facing severe economic challenges, some of which are a direct result of what is going on in Ukraine. The increase in prices for gas, for oil and for wheat has led to surging energy and food costs. Inflation, the highest it's been in 2 years, the price at the pump creeping up, and only enough foreign currency in the central bank to cover 2 months of imports. The government needs to come up with solutions and fast. A pivot to Russia, the very country causing all of this chaos, could be an option. Pakistani Foreign Ministry spokesperson last week saying that Pakistan has an, and I quote here, open policy driven by national interest, while confirming that his government is in talks with Russia on the subject of oil and food imports. Well, joining us now live is Pakistan's new Finance Minister, Miftah Ismail. Thank you for joining us, sir. A lot to get through this hour. Let's start with that quote: rising food prices, rising fuel prices. Pakistan needs help fast. The government then open to buying oil and wheat from Russia, correct?
We have talked about buying wheat from Russia. The previous government talked about buying oil from Russia, but I think Russia is under sanctions and they have not responded to the letter written to them by the previous government. But we've actually asked either Ukraine or Russia, whichever country can sell us wheat, we'd be happy to buy wheat from them.
So oil is out of the question. Is that what you're telling me? Russian oil out of the question.
The previous government wrote a letter to Russian Federation. That letter was never responded to. The Russia has also not offered us any oil, and it's now under sanctions. So it really, I mean, it's very difficult for me to imagine buying Russian oil.
There are other countries who are buying Russian oil. India, for example, your neighbour. So would you be open to buying Russian oil, cheap Russian oil at this point?
If Russia were to offer us oil at a cheaper rate, and if there were no sanctions on Pakistan to buy Russian oil, then sure, we'd consider that. But at this point, I think that it would be not possible for Pakistani banks to open LCs or to arrange to buy Russian oil. and nor has, for that matter, Russian Federation offered to sell us any oil.
Would you buy it in rubles, out of interest?
We don't have any rubles. So I don't really know. I mean, Pakistan doesn't have any rubles. I don't know where I'd get the rubles from. I guess perhaps we could exchange it with some other currency. But like I said, that's a secondary thing. First, the Russian Federation has to agree to even sell the oil to us, which they haven't.
Let's talk about what's going on in the economy, because, your need for cheap wheat, if that's what it is from Russia, your need for cheap oil, if that were to be what it was from Russia, is clear at this point. Your party orchestrated a vote of no confidence on the grounds that the former Prime Minister was mishandling the economy. I just want you to take a listen to this short excerpt from our interview with Imran Khan last week. Have a listen.
My responsibility is for the well-being. We have 50 million people living below the poverty line. So when Russia offers us 30% discount on oil and 30% discount on wheat imports, India does the same. India is part of the Quad, part of the strategic alliance with the US. India imports oil from the US, but for some reason, this was taken against me, as if I was being anti-US or anti-American.
Now, what you're suggesting that you will do, given an opportunity, is quite similar to Imran Khan's plans. So that begs the question, how can you be so critical of him?
Well, first of all, Russia has neither offered a 30% discount on oil or on wheat. Let's just be clear. I don't know where Khan gets these numbers from, but I know that he just makes up stuff as he goes along. He's the guy who's also saying that, we were brought in to an American conspiracy, and now he's come up with this new thing. If Russia were offering such cheap oil to him or such cheap wheat to him, why didn't he buy it? He did not. The fact of the matter is that, our government has initiated at least, or trying to initiate talks to buy wheat because food is not under sanctions. Oil is under sanctions, and Russia has not even responded to a letter that was written to them by the Imran Khan government. So I don't know where he gets these 30% number from, but this is just really not true.
How are you going to fix this economy, and what is the current state of negotiations with the IMF?
Well, we've had just talks with the IMF in Doha recently, and we are talking to the IMF, and in particular, I think IMF is looking to the budget that I'm going to present in the early part of June to Parliament, and after that, I'm hoping that we would reach an agreement with the fund. What IMF is looking for us to do is to reverse the subsidies on oil and petrol and diesel in particular that the previous government had given. It's also looking for me to reverse some power sector subsidies, electric tariff subsidies that the previous government had done in contravention with its own agreement with the fund. And then it's looking to the budget that I'll present. So I am pretty confident.
Go on.
I'm pretty confident that we should be able to get an agreement with the fund, but that there would be some austerity in the budget, some measures to increase taxation in the next budget.
Why was it such a difficult decision to raise fuel prices when you must have known that Pakistan could not afford those subsidies that had been placed on fuel prices by the previous government? When do you plan to remove them? And will that be enough, do you believe, to get this IMF deal over the line?
Well, like I said, that's the first thing that we need to do is to reverse those fuel subsidies and power subsidies. And then also there are certain, budget numbers that I think that the IMF is probably hoping to see. Why was it difficult? Because this was done precisely as a trap for us. Imran Khan, in the waning days of his government, did a few things to violate all these agreements with the IMF, including giving these unsustainably high subsidies on fuel. On diesel and petrol, and also on power, electricity. And he knew that we couldn't, sustain this. And when we came to power, he's now, going from city to city, trying to rally the people and coming up with these theories about conspiracies and all that stuff, and putting a lot of political pressure on us. So a new government coming into power was finding it difficult to raise the prices right away. But we have taken a very important step last week,
Yeah, the conceit of his argument is that the economy was actually in relatively good shape, and he quoted a number of growth statistics to me to substantiate that. I want to pull up some numbers. Your foreign exchange reserves dwindling down almost a third from the start of the year. The rupee down 11% to the dollar in the same time. The question must be, what is your government doing and planning to do to stop the rot? I mean, the current relationship with the new government and nations like China, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, who in the past will have stepped in to help, surely is also important at this point. I wonder what those relationships are like.
Well, I think we have very good relations with all the three countries that you named, and plus a lot of other countries. And the Prime Minister is flying to Turkey even as we speak. And Imran Khan had damaged relations with China. He'd rolled back the CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. I think he'd also annoyed Saudis and the UAE governments. But we're trying to repair relationships with them as well as all the Western countries who are the biggest importers of Pakistani goods, US and the EU markets. And this is a committee of nations that we want to be, a full member of, and we don't wish to annoy countries for our political benefits. So we're trying to repair relationship, but in order to bring Pakistani economy back on track, the number one, decisions have to be made in Pakistan, and no country can really bail us out unless we decide to, if you will, bail us out ourselves. Unless we decide to have a disciplined program and live within our means.
Imran Khan says that your government is a puppet government of the United States, and he says that he has evidence to substantiate that, although as yet that evidence isn't in the isn't open. It isn't open to the public. Do you believe that evidence exists? Are you a puppet government of the United States?
I mean, if you knew the history of Imran Khan and all the things that he's said in the past, and he's backtracked, and all the accusations that he's made in 2013, every time he loses an election, he makes an accusation about stuff. This man, just like I said, makes up facts, as he goes along. And today it's a conspiracy. I mean, and by the way, I mean, the no confidence motion was filed on, I think, the 8th of February or something like this. The vote took place in early April. And he didn't think of the conspiracy till the 27th of March.
Let me ask you this question. Wouldn't the certainty provided by elections sort all of this out and be ultimately better for the economy going forward? I mean, this is a country, every country, many countries are struggling with inflation at the moment. The economies of many developing nations are particularly badly hit, but as a result of the Ukraine war. But Pakistan is one of the most vulnerable of developing countries to rising commodity prices. The certainty of a new election, sir, surely would be better for the economy at this point, wouldn't it?
There is an argument about that is made within our coalition, within our party. Both of our former prime ministers, the leader of our party, Nawaz Sharif, was also of the opinion that we should go into an election sooner rather than later, in a few weeks. But then when we came into power, the economy was such in a precarious position that it was important that we take these measures. We couldn't even wait for a caretaker government, because in Pakistan we can't hold the elections. An elected government cannot hold the elections. We have to go to an interim government for 3 months. And IMF will not make a deal with an interim government, so only we could make a deal for 1 year. I extended the program, or requested the IMF to extend the program by 1 year. So if the economy were not in as bad a shape as it is, if it were not as precarious the position we are in, if the current account deficit had not increased, foreign exchange reserves had not decreased so rapidly, we would have gone into an election. But Imran Khan has left us such an economy in such doldrums that we have no choice but to now stabilize the economy and then go in election in good time.
OK, and there is no clear timeline for that at present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, it's being touted as a new chapter for the Middle East. Israel and the UAE have inked a free trade deal. We'll tell you why this is so significant and what it could mean for the region. And while gun reform is a thorny issue in the United States. It's a whole different approach in neighbouring Canada. We'll tell you what the country's Prime Minister is doing there to curb gun violence. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Connect the World. I'm Becky Anderson out of London for you at just after 4:30. For the first time ever, Israel has a trade deal with an Arab state. Israeli officials have signed a free trade agreement, an FTA, with the United Arab Emirates, where you usually find me hosting this show. Now, that deal removes most tariffs on food, medicine, cosmetics and other goods. The two countries established ties in 2020 in what was then a groundbreaking move. For both sides anticipating a big boost in trade. CNN's Hadass Gold is following this for us from Jerusalem. And, you know, this is being touted as a really significant move. Let's just explain why that is.
Well, it's the first ever free trade deal that Israel has ever signed with an Arab country, and Israeli officials are also saying it's the fastest signed trade deal in Israeli history. What it will do is will remove duties on 96% of traded goods between the UAE and Israel, mostly food, agriculture, cosmetics, medical equipment, and medication. And officials hope that the free trade deal will eventually push the value of non-oil bilateral trade to up to $10 billion per year within 5 years. The Emiratis and the Israelis say that it will help. They hope that will help foster much more business between the two countries, especially from the Israelis using the UAE as a hub of sorts, as a hub to get into other places such as Asia, such as the rest of the Middle East. Dorian Barak, who's the co-founder of the UAE-Israel Business Council, has said that already trade between the UAE and Israel has exceeded their expectations. They said that they estimated trade this year between Israel and the UAE would be about $2 billion, but they've already exceeded $1 billion in the first quarter. And he is saying that the UAE is already becoming the place for Israeli businesses as their hub to get to places like Asia, obviously a big place of business for many Israeli companies. What's interesting, though, Becky, is, of course, what's happening in the political arena at the same time as this deal was signed, because it was just yesterday that the UAE Foreign Ministry put out a statement condemning what they said were extremist settlers who they said came into the Al-Aqsa the mosque compound on Sunday, which was Jerusalem Day. And of course, there's been really high tensions in Jerusalem, in Israel, in the West Bank over the last few months. And this goes to show you that while the UAE still is supporting the Palestinian statehood, is still putting out statements like we saw Monday condemning what they call extremist settlers, that is not affecting the economic ties and the diplomatic ties between these two countries. Becky.
Hannes Gold is in Jerusalem for you. Hannes, thank you. Let's get you up to speed on some of the other stories that are on our radar right now. And Russia's foreign minister is heading to Saudi Arabia on Wednesday to meet his Gulf counterparts. This just ahead of an OPEC Plus meeting. Russia, part of that alliance of oil-producing nations, of course. It's not clear why and what Sergei Lavrov will discuss in Riyadh. Gulf states have remained neutral during Russia's war on Ukraine. China's embassy in Washington says it firmly opposes a US delegation's visit to Taiwan. That group arrived in Taipei Monday for an unannounced visit. You see here Tammy Duckworth, Senator Tammy Duckworth, meeting with President Tsai Ing-wen and others. Christy Lou Stout takes a closer look at that visit.
A U.S. congressional delegation led by Senator Tammy Duckworth is in Taiwan for an unannounced three-day visit. They stressed the importance of U.S. and Taiwan partnership on security as well as economic collaboration. On President Tsai Ing-wen, she thanked Senator Duckworth for America's donation of COVID-19 vaccines as well as U.S. support on the security front.
We look forward to deeper and closer U.S.-Taiwan relations in matters of regional security. At the same time, to address the challenges of the post-pandemic era. Taiwan and the U.S. have reviewed and assessed the many facets of our trade cooperation.
China slammed the visit, with its embassy in Washington saying it firmly opposes it. And in a statement, a spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in the U.S. says, quote, "We urge the U.S. side to earnestly abide by the One China principle and the three Sino-U.S. joint communiques, handle Taiwan-related issues in a cautious and proper way, stop all forms of official interactions with Taiwan, and avoid sending wrong signals to the Taiwan independent separatist forces," unquote. The visit comes right after the U.S. president's visit to the region and his assertion that the U.S. would intervene militarily if China tries to take Taiwan by force, a comment that he has made before and which was quickly downplayed again by the White House. But tension is rising in the region. On Monday, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said 30 Chinese warplanes made incursions into its air defense identification zone, the highest daily figure in more than 4 months. A Taiwan Member of Parliament Wang Ting-yu calls it, quote, "a very worrying trend," tweeting this, quote, "The more China does this, the sooner we become used to it, and it will become increasingly difficult to determine if China is just doing their routine exercises or are they preparing to launch an attack on Taiwan. This is a very worrying trend." Taiwan's president has vowed to maintain peace while adding that she will defend Taiwan if attacked. China claims Taiwan as its own territory and hasn't ruled out taking it by force if necessary. Christy Lou Stout, CNN, Hong Kong.
Well, in a show of cooperation between the US and New Zealand, the US President Joe Biden welcomes New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern to the White House on Tuesday. The two leaders are expected to discuss Indo-Pacific trade policies and domestic terrorism in both countries. While meeting Ms. Ardern, Mr. Biden just spoke about last week's mass shooting at an elementary school. Have a listen.
There's an expression by an Irish poet that says, "Too long a suffering makes a stone of the heart." Well, there's an awful lot of suffering. I've been to more mass shooting aftermaths than I think any president in American history, unfortunately. And it's just so much of it is preventable, and the devastation is amazing. Yesterday, or not the day before, I was down in Texas, and people sat in a room, about 250 of them in a large room, with me for almost 4 hours. Nobody left. They wanted to, until I spoke to every single person in that room. Every single person. They waited to the very end, and the pain is palpable.
A bipartisan group of US senators is meeting remotely today to look for common ground on gun control. The meeting prompted by that massacre at an elementary school in Texas last week. Texas Republican John Cornyn says topics include background checks, limiting ownership of certain guns for people with criminal records or mental illness. Most Senate Republicans oppose any form of gun control policy, and Senate rules make it extremely difficult to pass legislation. While some US lawmakers are talking about gun reform, at least it's a different story in Canada. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau just announced a new bill that will place a national freeze on handgun ownership across the country. The legislation would cap sales, transfers and imports of guns, amongst other measures. Bryn Gingras joins us now. Just to explain what it is that we have heard from Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister in Canada, neighbouring the US, of course.
Yeah, and Becky, someone else high in Parliament said this about this. Gun ownership in Canada is a privilege, not a right. So that just gives you the two different mindsets you're dealing with here with Canada versus the United States. As far as this bill is concerned, it's pretty extensive. It basically wants to just cap the number of firearms, handguns that are in that country. So this means that it'll be illegal to sell, transfer, import, buy any handguns in Canada. Also part of this would be fining gun smugglers and traffickers, assigning criminal penalties to these people who try to get guns illegally into the country, and actually giving law enforcement more leverage and more money to actually enforce these rules. Something else they're looking at is revoking gun licenses for those involved in domestic violence, criminal harassment, also those red flag laws that you hear thrown about, especially here in the United States. It would allow the courts to essentially take away the right of a gun owner if they prove to be harmful to themselves or to someone else. And then one other thing to mention, rifle magazines, they would not be allowed to hold more than 5 rounds of ammunition. And that would entail gun manufacturers actually having to repurpose how they make the guns so that it could abide by that law. So very extensive, wide sweeping proposal here by Trudeau. It's something that he's campaigned on. I want you to listen quickly to his thinking behind all of this.
As a government, as a society, we have a responsibility to act to prevent more tragedies. Canadians certainly don't need assault-style weapons that were designed to kill the largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. Gun violence is a complex problem, but at the end of the day, the math is really quite simple. The fewer the guns in our communities, the safer everyone will be.
And Becky, it looks like he does. Becky, it looks like he does have a lot of support from Parliament. This could go go through really by the fall.
Amazing. Thank you, Bryn. We're taking a very short break. Back after this. This month, CNN's As Equals team is highlighting depression during pregnancy and early motherhood. Now, this is one of the most common mental health disorders amongst women, wherever they live in the world. In India, the risk is heightened by the pressures and hardships of marrying early and moving away from the family and the resulting isolation. Well, today we hear from a counsellor in eastern India about a mental health hotline established to help mums in need, and some of those mothers talk about the hotline and the issues they face around maternal mental health. Have a listen.
नमस्कार, ये है साम्या मोबाइल वाणी जो 24 घंटा चले हैं और फ्री मिले हैं.
In 2018, in rural Bihar, India, 2 non-profit organizations created a counseling phone line to help mothers with their mental health. For 7 months, it provided in-person, one-to-one counseling and pre-recorded messages offering advice and support. Shwetanjali was one of the counselors who received training to work on the project and helped mothers within her community.
तो सबसे पहले मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के बारे में मुझे कुछ भी मालूम नहीं था. तो हम लोग जो कोई शब्द हम लोगों के मन में आता है और हम लोग उससे लगा लेते हैं कि ये होगा, तो पागल मानसिक स्वास्थ्य से हम लोग पागल को जोड़ते थे कि पागल होगी तो मानसिक स्वास्थ्य. अभी कैसे हम किसी के घर जाके, किसी महिला के घर जाके उसके मानसिक बीमारी के बारे में बात करेंगे.
Innovators in Health, a technology development charity, and SCARF India, a mental health organisation, teamed up to create an experimental solution to help women safely seek help in a region where stigma around mental health is so prevalent.
जैसे मोबाइल था तो मोबाइल में अपन कान में सटा लेते हैं, अपन कोनो काम करते हैं और चाहे अपन बतियाते हैं, कभी सो जाते हैं तो अपन फोन धरा कर अपन सुनते हैं. खुशी हो रहे, बहुत अच्छा लगे रहे किया कि पहला बच्चा रहे के लिए खुशी हो रहे. जैसे बतबे रहथनी मोबाइल पर जे बच्चा खुश अथी बुले है, देह में दौड़े है, जितना अहाँ खुश रखबे, जितना अहाँ बात बोलबे अच्छा बात, उतना बच्चा का खुशी मिलते, उतना खुद कर नहीं तखनी कोई नहीं रहे बात करे वाला. बेटा के खेलाई खातिन भेजले आई सकुलिया हो हमरा बेरिया.
We have women in our catchment as such who are in the 20-25 age group who share that they got married before they turned 18. As they get out of their own house to a new village, to a new setting, they are bereft of all the social network which they had over there. It's a conservative patriarchal setup, endemic misogyny, and the in-laws are not very supportive.
पहला बच्चा मने 3 गो खराब है. सास भी पति भी सब तरह का बात बोले.
Such is the taboo around mental health, many would not declare their emotions openly, and counsellors had to learn to decode what their patients were saying.
A woman suffering from postpartum depression would not be outright saying that, okay, I'm feeling something like a bad day at work. What they would reflect and refer to is that I'm not feeling connected with the child, I'm having a severe headache. You would struggle to find a consultant psychiatrist or a gynecologist who would discuss on these topics.
When a lack of funding forced the services to stop in 2019, Shwetanjali continued to provide help in her community in her own free time.
फिलहाल तो अभी हम लोगों के पास काम बहुत है, फ़ोन करती है 2 बार 3 बार 4 बार, हम अभी नहीं जा पाते, तुरंत नहीं जा पाते हैं. और वो महिला ऐसे फ़ोन करके अगर बताती है कि हम बोल देते हैं क्या दिक्कत है बताइए, खांसी बुखार है या फिर कुछ दिक्कत है, तो नहीं आप घर पे आइएगा, मिलिए, उसके बाद हम बताएं, कुछ बात करना है आपसे. तुरंत तो नहीं जा पाते, लेकिन समय निकाल के अगर होता है तो हम जाके मिलते हैं, लेकिन उस तरीके से नहीं मिल पाते जैसे पहले मिलते थे.
The funding for Samya Mobile Bani hotline may have vanished, but of course the issues facing women have not.
जैसे पहले हमारा साथ में झगड़ा झमेला हमारा साथ गुजरे रहे, वो है अभी अगला आदमी के साथ गुजरे, कि जे हमारा साथ होले वो अगला आदमी के साथ नहीं. जे चीज़ हमारा सुविधा मिले वो चीज़ ओकरा मिले के चाहे.
अगर अहाँ के कोई परेशानी है या कुछ बोलेला चाहा छिए तब 9 नंबर दबा के जानकार से बात कर सकलिए हन।
Hello. You're watching Connect the World. Ahead on the show, air travel. Let me do that again. I'm going to start again, put my teeth in. Air travel meltdown. Thousands of flights cancelled around the world. We take a look at what's happening in the UK and why airlines are struggling to keep up with the post-COVID travel surge. That coming up after this. Well, travel disruptions have led to headaches for travellers around the world over the past couple of days. If you are one of them, you will know what I'm talking about. In the US, bad weather and staffing issues led to some 2,500 flight cancellations during what was this 4-day Memorial Day weekend across the Atlantic. In Dublin, for example, videos like these have circulated, and they've circulated around the world. People waiting in security queues extending outside the airport for hours. Many of them, of course, well, yep, missing their flights. Nada Bashir is joining me now. You've got the latest out of the UK, and I'm afraid the story here doesn't seem to be any better. It's half-term week, what's known as half-term week, of course, for the kids. They are mostly out of school. We have a bank holiday at the end of this week for the Platinum Jubilee. This was always going to be a busy week.
Yeah, absolutely. And it typically is always a busy week, and this really couldn't have come at a worse time. Many would have been hoping to make the most of those extra few days off to get away for a quick break, but we are seeing significant delays, flight cancellations across the board, across the country. Many of those flights, of course, would have been heading to Europe, so this is a continent-wide issue.
Why? Why are we seeing this?
Well, look, during the pandemic, obviously, the aviation sector was hit particularly hard, and we saw significant layoffs across airlines during the pandemic. And now these airlines are being expected to sort of get back on track, back to those pre-pandemic levels, at least in the UK we're talking about. And they are really struggling to do that. They've been hit really badly financially. And so they are struggling with these staffing shortages, trying to get back, of course, to meet the demand that we're seeing now. But we've also seen a surge in passengers using vouchers that they would have been issued when their flights were cancelled during the pandemic. So now they're using those during this, what is typically already a very busy period.
So, and the response from the UK government is what?
Look, we've heard from one minister today speaking to Sky News. He said, the arts minister said that the airlines had enough time to prep for this. They should have been ready for this. But we've heard
right?
Well, look, they want more support from the government, and that's what we've heard from the Labour Party. They've said that the airlines have been left without the support they needed for the government, and that the government should be taking greater responsibility for the chaos that we're seeing right now.
This is happening, of course, as we've been suggesting here in the UK, across the pond in the US with the Memorial Day weekend and in other places that we've been monitoring. Thank you. Well, if you are travelling, the very best of luck. Nobody wants to get held up when you're off to have a bit of a break. From the long lines at Dublin Airport to the more fascinating sands of Egypt's desert. In tonight's Parting Shots, we look at archaeologists that struck historical gold. Look at this. A landmark finding in Egypt's Saqqara necropolis was made public yesterday. Ancient statues and sarcophagi were uncovered as part of a 5-year archaeological mission 18 miles south of Cairo. Among the dozens of relics found dating back as far as the 15th century BC, archaeologists dug up 150 statues modelled after pharaonic gods and 250 wooden sarcophagi with, wait for it, well-preserved mummies. This isn't the first discovery made in the Saqqara necropolis. It's the first and largest unearthing of bronze statues in the area. Truly remarkable. We will leave you with that. Good night.
Hello, I'm Zain Asher in New York, and this is One World. Europe is urgently looking for new ways to stop the Kremlin's war machine as Vladimir Putin closes in on a pivotal battlefield victory in Ukraine. EU leaders wrapped up a second day of talks in Brussels earlier with an agreement to ban 2/3 of Russian oil imports immediately and increase that to 90% by the end of the year. The embargo is just one element involving a sixth round of sanctions, and it allows for a temporary exemption for imports delivered by pipeline. The goal? To cut off Moscow's main source of military funding while boosting Ukraine's shattered economy. The president of the European Commission says the latest agreement is a big step in the right direction.
We started with coal. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, we decided then to have a ban now on de facto 90% of Russian oil imports to the European Union by the end of the year. And this comes at a time when we see that Russia has disrupted supplies to, by now, 5 member states.
CNN's Anna Stewart joins us live now from London. So Anna, just talk to us about this deal and also some of the concessions in it, especially for the countries that are heavily dependent on Russian oil.
And those concessions just had to be in there. The EU Commission announced this sixth round of package of sanctions a month ago, Zain, and it's taken a very long time to get everyone to agree on anything. And the oil embargo was the bit that everyone was disagreeing over, particularly the landlocked countries of Hungary, Slovakia and Czech Republic, who rely heavily on Russian oil from a pipeline. And that was the big concession here. There will be no oil ban on that stretch of pipeline for the foreseeable, which is why it is a 90% oil embargo by the end of the year, not 100%. This, though, is significant. This really cuts down on how much the EU spends on Russian oil, and it will really hit Russian revenue. Currently, the EU spends around $10 billion a month just on oil and refined oil products. Russia will, of course, be looking for customers elsewhere. It will be pretty hard to replace the biggest customer it has. It will also be hard to ship it elsewhere. Lots of traders, shipping insurers, tankers are unwilling at this stage to operate in the Black Sea, for instance, and already we're seeing Russian oil trade a huge discount to benchmark crude. It's around $34 a barrel cheaper right now, and we expect that will get steeper still. Zain?
And actually, there's already discussions about the next round of sanctions. Will it include a gas embargo as well, Anna?
Because if you're trying to cut down on how much money the EU sends to Russia, of course, that would be the obvious next target. And already, hours after the summit wrapped up last night, it was actually 1 a.m. this morning, leaders arrived a few hours later, and that's what they were being asked. What about gas? Is that going to be in the next round of sanctions? And some EU leaders, like the Latvian Prime Minister, fully support that. They've said right from the beginning, right from the day of the invasion, we should stop importing all Russian energy. But of course, like we saw with oil, there are some countries that simply can't afford to. And it's actually much trickier with gas in terms of finding other places to replace it, finding other sources of gas. There's infrastructure issues as well. So we don't expect that to be there. Interestingly, all the EU leaders say that they operate together, they will work on the next round together. We are, in some senses, seeing some countries within the EU working unilaterally because they've decided, in some cases, not to follow through on the Kremlin's demands to pay for their gas in rubles. They've actually been cut off from gas already. So Poland, Bulgaria, most recently overnight, the Netherlands have been cut off from Russian gas already. So to that extent, some countries are already working on that right now. Zain?
Right, Anna Stewart, live for us there. Thank you so much. Right, Ukraine says that Russian forces now dominate about half of Severodonetsk, one of the last major areas under Kyiv's control in the eastern region. One local official says that fierce fighting has split the city right down the middle. Another warns that Russian troops armed with flamethrowers are planning to, quote, clear the area out and burn everyone standing in their way, military or civilian. If Moscow captures Severodonetsk, it would give the Kremlin considerable momentum in its quest to control the wider Donbass region. Russia's push through the Luhansk region is leaving cities in ruins. They're valuable to Putin's plans, but there may not be much left for him to take. Nick Payton-Walsh reports on the key city of Lysychansk.
This is the last road into Lysychansk. Putin's forces have moved with rare focus here and may soon encircle the pocket of 2 cities on a river we're driving into. The Ukrainian forces we saw here, mobile, tense, at times edgy. And this is why. Across the river here, the besieged city of Severodonetsk, increasingly more in Russian hands, whoever you ask. We can hear the crackle of gunfire down towards the river below.
Well, we were told the Russians have tried already to get into town, and it looks like we might be witnessing another attempt over there. That smoke near one of the remaining bridges into the city. Our police escorts shout drone, often used to direct artillery attacks. We are on high ground, exposed and scattered. It is a tale of two desperations here. That which makes people stay, and that which makes them finally flee. Leonid is the latter. Some who stay are increasingly angry at what's left of the Ukrainian state here. A young woman was killed here a day earlier by a shell. And locals told us not to film, saying cameras attracted shelling. Russia's bloody persistence and unbridled firepower is bringing the kind of victory in the ruins they seem to cherish. This cinema was a bomb shelter, local officials said. It's unclear if, when their huge airstrike hit, the Russian military was aware it had been emptied days earlier. Just startling how whole chunks of this cinema have been thrown into the crater there. There's just the ferocity of the airstrikes we're seeing here, designed simply to get people out of this town. Those who stay among the shards of glass feel abandoned already.
Many people, but there is no gas or water or power or anything. We asked the aid workers today when it will all come back, and they said there are only prostitutes, junkies, and alcoholics left. That means the aid workers have left here.
Lydia is carefully picking up the pieces of the airstrike, which she felt the full force of in her apartment 8 floors up. There's an old lady on the first floor and me with my disabled son. She says he doesn't really understand the war's happening. Retreat lingers in the empty air. If Putin takes here, he may claim he's achieved some of his reduced goals in this invasion. It's now the unenviable choice of Ukraine's leaders. If this is the hill its men and women will die on. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Lysychansk, Ukraine.
CNN's Melissa Bell joins us live now from Zaporizhzhia in southeastern Ukraine. Let's talk about Severodonetsk and the Russians capturing half the city. How does Severodonetsk, Melissa, fit into the wider Russian goal to capture the entire Donbass region?
It's incredibly important, of course, Zain, because it's been on that front line for so many weeks. The Russians, for a long time, struggling to get through, to encircle it. It's been the subject of fierce fighting. There are 15,000 civilians, as we understand it, trapped inside even now. So this battle and the fact that we seem to see Russian forces gaining the upper hand and essentially taking that city, hugely important because, of course, wars are about front lines, but they're also about momentum. And I think if you look tonight at that front line between Russian-controlled Ukraine and the part of Ukraine I'm standing here in Zaporizhzhia, you get a better idea of why that matters. And here along this part of the front line, further to the south, we've been seeing over the course of the last few days cruise missiles hitting Zaporizhzhia. We've also been seeing closer to the Russian-held territories, which are just 30 miles down the Dnieper, which you see behind me, villages being the target of artillery fire. We hear from here the regular outgoing artillery fire of Ukrainian forces, and of course, further to the west, west of Kherson, the Ukrainians have become another counteroffensive over the course of the weekend to try and push back Russian forces there. So it is now that huge, long line between Russian-controlled Ukraine and this part of Ukraine that is the subject of intense fighting. And of course, that is important because it isn't simply the military aspect that counts. It is also everything else that's going on. For instance, here in Zaporizhzhia, this is a region that has some 5 districts. Tonight, we're learning that 3 of those districts are entirely without communication. So those parts of the greater Zaporizhzhia region that are in Ukrainian hands, that is the story in a huge part of southern Ukraine. Mobile phones have been cut off, internet's been cut off. That is according to Ukrainian spokesman officials. But we're also hearing it from those very many families who find themselves now trapped here in Zaporizhzhia. Remember that we've been seeing these last few days and weeks, tragically, of course, there's many Ukrainians fleeing the bombing, the shelling of cities like Mariupol, the locking down of cities like Kherson. What we're seeing tonight here in Zaporizhzhia are those families who had fled, now trying to get back across a line that is getting harder and harder to get back across. It is that scene of 2 Ukraines that is really setting itself tonight, with a line that continues to inch forward even as it seems to harden, Zain.
All right, Melissa Bell, live for us there. Thank you so much. Ukraine has identified 600 Russian war crime suspects, and about 80 of them are already being prosecuted. That's according to Ukraine's top prosecutor, who met with the International Criminal Court earlier on Tuesday. Ukraine is working with the ICC, which has launched its own investigation. The list of suspects includes top military, political and propaganda officials as well.
Every day in Ukraine we have extra 200, 300 war crimes. What we need now, all people on our planet, we need justice. We want accountability.
Meantime, a Ukrainian court sentenced 2 Russian soldiers to more than 11 years in prison for what it calls violating the laws of war. The 2 soldiers pleaded guilty. CNN has obtained audio of what appears to be a child saying they had been shot during last week's school massacre in Texas. It was recorded in this Facebook Live video by a resident who says the audio came from the radio of a Customs and Border Protection vehicle outside the school. CNN's Nick Valencia has details.
Oh my God.
Chilling new video captured an apparent radio call outside Robb Elementary School, where a gunman had opened fire inside classrooms.
Are you in there? Oh my God! Where? A kid got shot? They shot a kid?
In the video, what sounds like a student says they've been shot. The man who recorded the video, who did not want to be identified, tells CNN the audio came from the radio of a Customs and Border Protection vehicle outside the school in Uvalde, Texas. He said an officer turned off the radio once officers realized he could hear. This, says new dispatch audio obtained by ABC News, indicates dispatchers relayed that at least one student was alive in the classroom. CNN has not been able to independently verify the audio or at what point during the shooting this occurred. Law enforcement's timeline shows that the gunman remained in the classrooms for more than an hour, while at least 8 911 calls were made by at least 2 students begging for help. Officers had arrived within 2 minutes, but the commander on the scene decided to wait before confronting the gunman.
For the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision, period. There's no excuse for that.
The massacre is one of a string of mass shootings that have left the nation on edge. School districts nationwide are intensifying security protocols, fearing copycat attacks. Like in Buffalo, where a gunman opened fire at a Tops supermarket, killing 10 earlier this month. New safety protocols include all doors remaining locked during the school day, and any person who wishes to enter must call ahead for approval.
Americans are on edge, and they're on edge because they don't know if it's going to be their place of worship, a mall, a concert, their children's school.
In Uvalde, the community plans for 2 weeks of funeral services to lay to rest the 21 victims. Uvalde's mayor has decided to postpone a city council meeting in which several new members were to be sworn in, including school police chief Pedro Pete Arredondo. He was elected to the city council earlier this month and reportedly was the official who made the decision not to breach the classrooms while the shooter was locked inside. Arredondo has not spoken to the media since the day of the shooting. The mayor says Arredondo's role in the shooting response will not impact his ability to serve on the council. Arredondo's decision has angered victims' parents, like Amarie Jo Garza's father.
They needed to act immediately, you know. There's kids involved, you know, there's a gun involved, there's an active shooter wanting to do harm.
Many thanks to our Nick Valencia for that report. And moments ago, we heard from President Joe Biden about his visit to Uvalde, Texas. He reflected on his meeting with families on Sunday and described the pain that they're going through.
People sat in the room, about 250 of them in a large room, with me for almost 4 hours. Nobody left. They wanted to, until I spoke to every single person in that room. Every single person. They waited till the very end. And the pain is palpable.
And later on in the program, I'm going to be speaking with a survivor of another mass shooting. Sam Zaif lived through the horror in Parkland, Florida back in 2018, and he met with the then president, Donald Trump, to push for change. I'm going to ask him about what he thinks can be done to prevent another tragedy. Also, children dying of hunger in Somalia, the World Bank's $30 billion plan to help combat drought and famine in Somalia and beyond amid a global food crisis. Somalia's president says that security is his country's top priority right now. But if you were to ask a Somali mother or father, for example, their answer might certainly be different. A perfect storm of problems is creating severe food shortages in that country, so bad that tens of thousands of people simply cannot get enough to eat right now. Some of the youngest Somalis never even stood a chance.
The bodies of twins Ebla and Abdia are buried here. These babies only lived one day. They were born 4 weeks early after their mother could barely get enough food to survive. This is the reality in southern Somalia, going through its worst drought in 40 years. According to the UN, about 81,000 people are facing famine conditions in parts of the country.
This is the 4th consecutive drought that we see since 2011, since the famine. The food prices are going up. The COVID impact is still there. The climate change is there. And also conflict continues to be. So we have all the 4 C's in addition to the Ukraine crisis.
In addition to the drought, global attention and funding has been focused on the conflict in Ukraine. The war has halted food exports and is driving up prices, causing a global food crisis.
49 million in 43 countries are knocking on famine's door. And what that means, if we don't reach that 49 million, you will have famine, you will have destabilization of nations, and you will have mass migration. The conditions now are much worse than the Arab Spring of 2007, 8, and 9.
To make matters worse, high commodity prices, fuel prices, and shipping costs have compounded the problem. One Somali farmer is losing up to 80% of projected revenues because of both the drought and high inflation.
The high cost of fuel has also affected us. Most of the local farmers are unable to buy fuel as they used to, and as a result, they have incurred losses. Because of the high fuel cost, we are now feeling the spiral effect in the cost of transportation, food, and all other essential commodities.
The United Nations plan to provide emergency aid is far from fully funded. Not enough to help all Somalis in need, and not in time to save children like Ebla and Abdia.
And as distressing as that sounds, humanitarian aid officials are bracing themselves, warning that global hunger is set to get even worse. Not just for millions of people in East Africa, so-called hunger hotspots everywhere, from Angola to Afghanistan and from Yemen to Myanmar. Aid groups say the world must come through with the funding needed to put food into the mouths of those who desperately need it. With me now is David Malpass, the president of the World Bank. So, David, I'm not sure if you had part of that piece there. We were just talking about children in Somalia dying, not just because of the drought, but also because of the war happening in Ukraine, given the amount of wheat from Ukraine in that country depends on. What is the solution here? What can the World Bank do in terms of funding to make sure that we can alleviate some of the pain and suffering from the world's most vulnerable?
Hi, Zain. Well, these are very concerning crises going on and overlapping crises. The food, the fertilizer, the planting cycle. We work closely with the UN humanitarian agencies, and I think there will be a huge draw on those agencies. We are providing support, substantial support in Ukraine, and trying to begin the process of looking into the future. They'll be an important food producer into the future. And I think one of the critical things for the world is to recognize that there needs to be much more supply of energy, of fertilizer, and of food. So that means specific steps, and especially by the advanced economies who have some room to expand their production. We also need a lot more production in Africa itself of food and of planting. As I say, we need to be looking forward to the next crop cycle as well.
Right, because Africa is so dependent on the situation happening elsewhere. There needs to be much more production within Africa so that it isn't as dependent on, for example, Ukraine. In terms of what the World Bank is doing, the World Bank just announced $30 billion in additional funding. Can you just give us an example of what specifically that money is going to go towards?
Some will go to crops themselves and import of commodities, but the world relies on humanitarian agencies primarily for that. During the droughts, we helped a lot in Somalia and East Africa with the locust problem a year and 2 years ago, where the locusts were eating the food that was needed for animals. One of the critical needs right now is enough feed for animals, so that because those end up being the savings or the future food of families, so when the drought is severe, there needs to be a lot more growing of crops for animal feed. So we're working in most of the countries, but again, as I say, it's a heavy burden for the humanitarian agencies. We work with the World Food Program, with UNICEF, and with the International Red Cross, of course, in various of these countries in order to provide humanitarian support. That applies, for example, in Yemen, where we help fund some of the food boxes going in. It's been good to see some stabilization in the political environment there. But let me come back and re-emphasize the critical variable for the world is for there to be more production and supply. And that's right now missing in the plans of the major economies.
Right, so how can countries, for example, in Africa start laying the groundwork for that now? 45 countries in Africa rely heavily on Ukraine and actually Russia for food imports. But at the same time, this war has shown us that they really don't have enough control over production, supply, logistics. That needs to change. How can these countries start laying the groundwork for that change now?
One thing is for them to ask for two things from the advanced economies. One is more open markets so that they can trade and sell into those markets, and in that way get the cash that they need in order to buy commodity crops. You know, around the world there is sufficient available wheat and corn and rice for commodities, but it's not going to the poorest countries because of lack of shipping. You mentioned that earlier. One of the major things going on is the advanced economies are buying up the surpluses, and especially important one is liquefied natural gas. It's going into preparing for next winter and the following winter at a time, you know, LNG is the critical component for fertilizer, which then makes food yields and allows the growing of food. So there's a shortage. And I really want to emphasize the importance of the advanced economies announcing increases in LNG supply.
All right, David Malpass live for us there. Thank you so much for joining us. In the wake of mass shootings, survivors push for social justice and change.
I lost a best friend, who's practically a brother. And I'm here to use my voice because I know he can't.
More than 4 years after the Parkland shooting, I'll speak to survivor Sam Zaif about giving a voice to the voiceless. Hello and welcome back to One World. Let's catch up on the headlines. Crews in Nepal have recovered the bodies of all 22 people killed in a plane crash on Sunday. The Tara air jet slammed into a remote mountainside, killing everyone on board. The plane's cockpit voice recorder has now been found. The cause of the crash is still under investigation, although authorities say that bad weather may have played a role. What was Hurricane Agatha has weakened to a tropical depression as it moves across southern Mexico. The National Hurricane Center says up to 50 centimeters of rain could fall, especially in the state of Oaxaca. Agatha is expected to dissipate, but its remnants could form a new storm when they hit the Gulf of Mexico. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has introduced a bill that would freeze handgun ownership across Canada. If passed, the legislation would bar the sale, the transfer or import of handguns in Canada. In addition, long gun magazines could never hold more than 5 rounds. In the US, activists have been calling for a wide range of gun reforms as well as school security improvements. Some of the most vocal advocates have been survivors of the 2018 school shooting in Parkland, Florida, where 17 people were killed on Valentine's Day. Despite the groundswell of support behind them, including the massive March for Our Lives rally in Washington in 2018, the US government has done little to address the problem. You may remember just 7 days after the Parkland shooting, then President Trump met with dozens of mass shooting survivors to hear their stories. Among them was Sam Zeif. His brother was in a classroom where the shooting was happening, and he learned that one of his good friends was killed in the massacre.
What's going on? It's just crazy.
Once the code red for an active shooter was announced, but through research I
woke
found
up to the news that my best friend was gone. And I don't understand why I could still go in a store and buy a weapon of war, an AR. I was reading today that a person 20 years old walked into a store and bought an AR-15 in 5 minutes with an expired ID. How is it that easy to buy this type of weapon? How do we not stop this after Columbine, after Sandy Hook? I'm sitting with a mother that lost her son. It's still happening.
Sam's friend, Joaquin Oliver, was killed in the attack. His mother remembers him as a passionate person who was frustrated with America's, quote, incompetence to stop mass shootings. Tragically, she says, he died because of that very incompetence. Joaquin's parents founded a group called Change the Ref to empower future leaders in activism and to use art to confront the mass shooting epidemic. Sam Zeif is also a part of that group, and he joins us live now from Santa Monica, California. Sam, thank you so much for being with us. As you well know, this country has seen far too many mass shootings, and it sort of seems that, especially from people watching who don't necessarily live in America, it sort of seems that no matter how much heartbreak there is, no matter how much sadness and death there is from mass shootings, nothing seems able to stop this epidemic in this country. Why is that?
I would definitely say that the main reason for that is because of lobbyists. The policymakers in our country don't want to give up their money in exchange for American lives. As long as gun companies are lobbying with politicians and politicians are making laws in their favor, or I guess I should say not making laws in their favor, this will continue. This will continue to happen. In that video from the White House, that was 4 years ago, and I want to say 2 days after the shooting, and I was much more naive then. I could say, how is this happening? And I have the answer now. This is happening because the people that we elected to make decisions for us, to make decisions for our betterment, continue to allow it to happen so that they can fill their pockets.
So for people who are now starting to feel hopeless, what is your advice to them? How can they continue to use their voice to try to instigate change when nothing seems to change no matter what they do?
be the change, be the voice, don't be a bystander. Every solution just starts with one person. And although you might feel small, you might feel like you can't make a change, you definitely can. You can be powerful in numbers. There are plenty of people who feel the same way. And honestly, the real way to make change is to start with our policymakers.
You know, with Uvalde, so much has been made about the fact that police waited 1 hour before confronting the shooter. Obviously, also in the Parkland shooting, there was a sheriff's deputy who actually waited outside for about 40 or so minutes before actually going in. And a lot of people were saying, well, just sort of similarly, if that sheriff's deputy had gone inside, perhaps more lives would have been saved. Similarly, there's a lot of anger directed at the police with the Uvalde shooting. There are some who say that a lot of that anger and blame detracts from the bigger issue, which is why on earth is an 18-year-old allowed to go into a store in this country and buy an AR-15? Do you think the focus in both of these cases should be on the police, or should it be much more on what I just mentioned, why kids are allowed to buy weapons of war in this country?
It's not a one or the other. There's a wide variety of problems that go into this one issue that only our country seems to face, and other countries that have faced it seem to react very well right now. You know, in Australia, it took less than a week for them to ban assault rifles after a mass shooting. And for us, there's just a wall in front of us. How can I put myself in someone's shoes and say that I would run into a building that's being shot up? However, I'm also not the one who took an oath to put my life on the line for others. In our situation, many people say a good guy with a gun could have been there and stopped it. And there was a good guy with a gun, and he stood outside for 40 plus minutes. It's not a one or the other problem. You can't just blame the police for allowing this, and you can't just blame on people having the access. We give them access.
In that video of you with Donald Trump in 2018, you were so emotional. You talked about the fact that you felt unsafe going to school, you felt unsafe in sort of public places, in parks, for example. You didn't understand why you could still, even in the wake of that kind of tragedy, go into a store and buy an AR-15. And you sort of seemed hopeful that your words would have impact. And yet here we are less than 4 years later, or slightly more than 4 years later, and we're seeing a mass shooting, not just in any high school, but in an elementary school where 10-year-olds were getting killed. Just walk me through the level of frustration that you must be feeling right now.
I mean, it's extreme. I'm extremely frustrated. Forget about me for a second and think about Nicole Hawk, a mother from Sandy Hook, who I was sitting next to at the White House, who is still fighting this fight a decade later. Forget about me for a second. Think about all the other people that have been doing this for so much longer. I should have known what to expect in the White House. I should have known that Donald Trump wasn't going to do anything. And here we are. There's kids that were murdered in school and should have been graduating. And I have friends that should have been graduating college with me this year. It's an extreme amount of frustration. I don't think I could measure the amount of frustration. I mean, it's heartbreaking to think that communities are still going through this, and absolutely nothing is being done. People are trying, but the people with the power do absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Sam Zaif, thank you so much for being with us once again. So sorry for your loss. I know that nothing can really ease that pain. I know you lost your very good friend on that day, but thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us and explain your thoughts. Since the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, we've heard so many tragic stories, but there are also stories of incredible generosity as well. For example, an anonymous donor paid $175,000 to cover the funerals for the victims. That's 19 students and 2 teachers. The Texas company donated 19 customized caskets for the victims. The owner of Soul Shine Industries tells CNN he met with the families to create the customized designs. And then there's the online fundraiser for the children of Irma Garcia. She's one of the teachers who died at the school. And then her husband, Joe, died of a heart attack just days later. So far, the fundraiser has raised more than $2.5 million. Thank you so much for watching One World. I'm Zain Asha. African Voices up next. You're watching CNN.
Welcome to African Voices. This week, we're taking a look back at some of the best moments from recent episodes. We start in Soweto, South Africa, where one dancer is preserving the Pansula culture.
I use Pansula dance to connect to the world because dance is a universal language. My name is Tebodi Petro. I am a Pansula dancer from Johannesburg in South Africa, and I am a change maker. Spam me 6-1, spam me 6-1.
Teboho Difelo, more commonly known as Tebsa, is a professional Pantula dancer, teacher and choreographer from Soweto. Pantula is a uniquely South African dance culture born out of the townships, serving as a response to political and social issues.
When I was a child, I used to be exposed into dancing a lot. During that time, dancing was like the most in thing, you know. It was either dancing or playing soccer. When I started dancing, I was in primary school, but then there was this jukebox in the hood in Naledi, Amsia. We'd find a lot of dancers there. So I was always on the corner there or leaning against the wall, watching these dancers, taking turns inside the circle. So I got in love with like the scene there. It was amazing. It requires a lot of discipline. For you to remember actually the movements, you need to focus a lot. And what I like about Pantula is not just a dance style, you know, it's a dance for the people.
After discovering the dance movement at a young age, he went on to get formal training at the Pantula dance company, Shakers and Movers.
I went there, Lord, I got inspiration, and I met this guy called Stembiso Makanya. He was like the best Pantula dancer. So I got an opportunity to be taught by him.
There's a lot of guys that I've worked with and I've changed their lives, you know. But now Tebsa is a kind of different character for me because he puts love into this and he invests in this. You know, he's different in that way, you know.
His hard work paid off in 2018 when he won a Red Bull competition in South Africa.
You find a lot of dancers coming from different dance genres to compete for a prize, you know, or for a title. So 2018 was like my first time competing in that platforms. Sometimes Pantula, it is not taken serious, it is not in those bigger platforms, and I know that a lot of Pantula dancers, they are looking up to me, so I had to give them hope, I had to give them inspiration.
After winning, he received a wildcard entry into Red Bull's International Dance Contest.
I went to compete in Paris, in France. So it was like a big event there. You'd find the best top dancers in the world coming from America, China, everywhere. So then I never won the competition, but I felt like a winner because I got to expose Pantula to the world.
Today, the genre remains an expression of the times and an identity.
Remember, after the 1950s, it was this racial segregation. But with Pantula, it's like a universal language. So it's one thing that makes people united. You know what I mean? It has been part and parcel of like the South African history as a way of resisting. The apartheid regime wanted to separate us, but Pantula brought us together. Yo, so that's what's so special about this craft.
Today, he's made it his mission to promote Pantula and educate the next generation of dancers.
Hands up, hands up, hands up.
We're trying to bring positive change into the community. They respect us for what we do to the kids and to the community, because we're in a place where it is not easy actually, you know, to make it.
We can ride, we can roll, let's go, let's go.
Well, now we're in Naledi, in a Naledi Community Center. This place right here, it's where talent is nurtured, you know, it's where these kids are developed. Without Mada, I could have not been here. So I see the importance of having a mentor in your life, you know, somebody that cares.
Tebsa is also encouraging a new generation of girls to get into the scene. Lee Lenela is an ambitious, passionate Pantula dancer and Tebsa's dancing partner.
The only rose among thorns, her name is Lee. So it's rare to find like usually ladies in a Pantula. But for me to start the crew with the lady, it was interesting because I wanted to engage a lot of people. I'm always interested in seeing ladies challenging themselves into male-dominated industries. So for me, it's like, okay, I'm gonna prove a point to this cliche of dancing with only guys. So I'm gonna bring a lady there, and we're gonna we're gonna do it big. So I started with him. We pushed as a duo, went to competitions, we made our mark, and we got people interested.
Next, a Ghanaian chef is mixing traditions from her culture with some new age zest to create one-of-a-kind culinary experiences.
We want to tell the stories that Fulanis are more than headsmen.
Chef Fatimata Binta is connecting with the Fulani people, one of the largest nomadic tribes in the world, through food.
Our culture is beautiful, our food is amazing. For me, I feel responsible to share that to the world and tell the story, different stories about the people.
She opened the Fulani kitchen and began hosting Dine on a Mat experiences to share the tribe's unique cuisine with communities across Ghana and beyond.
It's just special always when you source directly from here. Imagine the quality right now. Texture is intact, flavors, and you take it straight to the Dine on a Mat experience. It's just a different level. Well, I used to do this as a kid.
Today, she's learning new recipes and sourcing ingredients from a Fulani community outside of Accra.
This is moringa leaves, and this is a stew that is authentic in this Fulani community. And she's teaching me. I don't know this stew, so this is very much new to me also. So usually what I do, I come into these communities, I spend time with the locals, the keepers of the authentic recipes, like the grandmother, spend time, watch her cook, and then I take this inspiration back to my kitchen in Accra, and then I do an interpretation of it. It smells so good. For them, cooking is like it's like meditation in a way. It's their entertainment because they don't have too many things they do in these communities apart from the chores in the home. So everything is done with so much love and care. They take their time. So this is wagashi cheese, which is the local cheese made in Africa, and you only find the Fulani women doing this. So this I'm taking to the test kitchen, and I'm going to do something. It's one of our crowd's favorite. If you taste this cheese, the flavor, the quality, so different. Small, see? Teacher, I'm learning.
After being welcomed into multiple Fulani communities, Chef Binta says she was inspired to create the Fulani Kitchen Foundation. It aims to preserve their culture and help Fulani women across West Africa grow crops, develop skills, and sell their products.
So what they are trying to do is create patterns on the calabashes. It's designing. For them, this is art, and then they will sell in the market. So this is part of the programs and the initiatives we are working on to start having these women involved in this arts and crafts to pass time, apart from just the daily chores in the home. And then we can sell it, and also that money goes back into the community. This is the calabash seeds, which we'll plant because it's a sustainable bowl. It's all about sustainability for the Fulani people.
She's also helping communities get better access to natural resources.
One thing we noticed while traveling across Africa, most of these communities struggle for clean water, and this is a necessity. So we collaborated with Ghana Food Movement and then we built this water well. This is something we want to continue and build water wells across all these communities. It's very important for me to be involved in that, not just come in, take inspiration and go, but also give back in a way. You come here, they took their time, they are so open, they welcome me, and I go back, other people experience their handwork, because this is not me doing it, this is them. So it's them going on a journey with me, even though they are not physically there, but their fingerprint is on everything I do, and for me that fulfills me.
While she's made strides to help the Fulani people, Shabinta says she's already cooking up an idea to expand her reach.
Our main goal is to build the center very soon this year. So we're going to create a space where we'll have the farm, we'll have the test kitchen. People will come in, learn, do programs, internship programs with students from around the world. And also create, collaborate with other chefs and highlight African cuisine and make it more interesting. I feel like we've been stuck in the old ways, and now there is Afrofusion conversations going on. There's so much about African food that hasn't been tapped into. I feel like it's very exciting, and African food is the future, and the future is now.